Chapter 64. Who do you think you are in the eyes of Timison and Clino? Think about what will happen if I leave you, your wife, and your daughter here. Devers sneered. You said you would send me to Asia Minor. Marigi said angrily. Asia Minor is going to war. Didn't you hear that? I can go to a remote mountain in Asia Minor and live a secluded life. Marigi was still stubborn. That's a waste of your talent, Marigi. I've always thought that Cyrus the Younger only let you be his personal merchant, and that's a waste of your talent. Of course, in Persia, your birth limits your chances of success. But if you follow me, you won't be restricted by anything. I'll give you a vast world to showcase your talent. Devers promised him. Follow you. You're going to fight with the Aborigines and become the king of a small village? Marigi curled his lips. Marigi, there's a saying in the East, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. The founding king of Persia, Cyrus, was just the leader of a small tribe in Persia. He was bullied by the Medes. Who would have thought that he would build a powerful empire after a few decades? I'm just a leader of a mercenary army, but I might have a glorious day after a few decades. Devers said confidently. How can you be compared to Cyrus the Younger? Marigi said disdainfully, but his voice was much softer. He did not dare to look at Devers's burning gaze. He hesitated for a while and said with a trembling voice, Do I have a choice? Devers laughed. What do you think? If you really succeed, what will you ask me to do? Marigi raised his head and looked at Devers. Devers thought for a moment and raised 2 fingers. He said in a serious tone, You have 2 choices. The first is to make you the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and you'll be in charge of diplomatic affairs with all the city-states. The second is to create a new Minister of Commerce, and you'll be in charge of all business affairs. Marigi hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind. The last negotiation with Zokant scared me enough. I choose the second one. Okay, I'll keep it for you. Devers promised. The next day, Buckos was very excited when he learned that all the officers of the Devers barracks were going to Turiai. Devers left Marigi to discuss the employment agreement with Buckos, while he left to focus on persuading the soldiers to accept Turiai's offer. In fact, most of the mercenaries were destitute and had nothing to worry about. That was why they chose to live on the edge of knife. After a long period of war, they could no longer adapt to a peaceful life. Their longing for home in Persia and the huge difference in the treatment they received when they returned to the Greek city-states made them attracted by the Devers' charm and Turiai's generous salary. Only about 300 of them chose to stay. The rest of the soldiers were willing to follow the Devers to Greece. At the same time, the officers' persuasion in the other barracks was fruitful. As they were about to return home, the officers had neither the desire nor the ability to control the soldiers, so soldiers from the other barracks joined them one after another. By evening, the total number of Devers' soldiers had reached more than 2,000, and even General Hieronymus was among them. The heated negotiations also settled down. The main content of the employment agreement was as follows. 1. The Turiai hired the Devers leader to lead a total of 2,133 soldiers. The salary was 2 Dalek gold coins per soldier per month, which must be paid in full at the end of each month. They would also be provided with a free station and 1 gene of wheat flour per person per day. If there was any delay, the salary and the provisions would be doubled the following month. This was a lesson learned from Cyrus the Younger. Due to his early death, the mercenaries did not receive a single cent and had to pay with their lives. It took them a year to return from Persia. Therefore, the Devers learned their lesson. If the mercenaries defeated the Lacanians early, Turiai would no longer hire them. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Therefore, he set a deadline. Whether the mission was completed or not, the mercenaries had to be paid within the deadline. 2. The mercenaries were only responsible for defending Turiai and repelling the Lacanians' attacks on Turiai territories. If there were any other requirements, they would be discussed later. This was because the Devers were afraid that the Turiai would propose some additional difficult tasks, such as attacking the Lacanians' territories. This would greatly deplete the Devers' forces. 3. After arriving in Turiai, the mercenaries were not allowed to violate the Turiai laws. If they did, they would be punished according to the Turiai laws. For Without the permission of Turii, the mercenaries were not allowed to enter the city of Turii. 5. In battle, the mercenaries' spoils belonged to the mercenaries. The agreement was signed on April 1st of the second year of the 95th Olympia, that is, 399 BC, and would last until April 1st of the third year. When the time came, the agreement would be renewed according to the wishes of both parties. Buckos and the Devers swore an oath to the gods in the name of the Turii Council and signed their names on the two parchments. Under the guidance of Christoia, the Devers had a basic grasp of Greek. Buckos stuffed the parchments into his robes and asked casually, "Chief Devers, there's something I don't quite understand. You're going to bring the slaves and women to Turii. Not only do you have to buy food for them with your own money, but you also have to protect them from the Lacanians. They're obviously a burden. It's better to sell them here. Why do you have to bring them?" There were nearly 500 slaves and women. To prevent Buckos from getting suspicious, the Devers answered seriously, "Most of the mercenaries are single men. Their families don't have the money to buy slaves to help them work, nor do they have the money to marry. Therefore, they treat the slaves and women they looted from Persia as their precious property. If I don't bring them, I'm afraid the soldiers won't follow us to Turii. Actually, there's no need for that. They'll all be rich in a year," Buckos joked. He was in a good mood after the agreement was signed. "But they have to be alive," the Devers replied. "All right." Buckos shrugged helplessly and said, "I'm just worried that they'll affect your battle. Since the agreement has been signed, we'll set off next year. I've already arranged for a ship. I'm going to the city now to prepare food and water according to the number of people in your team." Christoia allowed us to enter the city? "Oh, I almost forgot." Buckos slapped his forehead. "Christoia allowed you to enter the city, but he wants you to enter empty-handed." Empty-handed? The Devers' heart skipped a beat. "That means you have to give up your shields, spears, and swords." Buckos comforted them. "But it doesn't matter. When we reach Turii, we'll equip you with new weapons." "No, it does matter. It's very important." The Devers' expression was solemn as he said word by word, "We will never give up our weapons." Leaving aside the fact that Crulcus and the others had been tricked back then, there had been many incidents on the way back where the natives had welcomed them with smiles on their faces, only to turn against them in the blink of an eye. If this was Christoia's scheme, and the mercenaries entered the city empty-handed, wouldn't they be stuck in the neck? The Devers would never allow their lives to be in the hands of others. Their weapons were their trump card. "But if you don't give up your weapons, Christoia won't let you enter the city, and we won't be able to set off," Buckos said anxiously. The Devers thought for a moment and compromised. "I can get the soldiers to wrap their spears and sword with cloth, but we will never give up our weapons," he reiterated. Seeing the Devers' unyielding attitude, Buckos had no choice but to compromise. "All right, I'll discuss it with Christoia." Chapter 65. In the end, Creander agreed to the mercenaries' request to bring weapons into the city. The Devers didn't ask the soldiers to wrap their weapons in cloth. The key to opening the city gate was the half-piece of Taliant silver that Buckos gave to Creander. After the Devers learned the truth, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Even the simple Sparta people are accepting bribes." On the morning of the second day, the leaders, commanders, and soldiers of the mercenary camps all came to see off the mercenaries who were about to leave. As comrades who fought together for a year, not only the soldiers, but also the commanders and commanders all gave their sincere blessings. Even Timison, who didn't like the Devers in the beginning, gave the Devers a big hug and said, "If I were a few years younger, I would go to Greece with you as well." "You're not old now," the Devers laughed. Timison pointed at his chest and said, "I am old here, and I just want to go home. Anyway, I hope you can come back alive." Also, Timison took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Thank you for the great help you gave us. If it weren't for you, more of us would have died. This is the result of all of our hard work. It is my honor to fight with you," the Devers said humbly. "It should be my honor. May Zeus bless you on your journey." Timison said sincerely, "You too. I hope we can meet again." The Devers waved at him and said goodbye. After Timison, Creander, and Xanthoparis led their soldiers and retreated for a few hundred meters, the gate of Byzantine opened, and the Devers led the mercenaries into the city. Xanaparus sighed and said, "Time flies, and it is finally time to say goodbye." It feels like it was yesterday when the Devers' elected leader came up to the stage and gave a speech. Xanaparus' words made the other leaders sad. After fighting side by side for more than half a year, they finally had to go their separate ways. They quietly looked at the city from afar until the gate closed. At this time, Head Minister Tormid asked, "Do you guys think that the Devers are the gods' favorites of Hades? If not, then he is a very capable leader. But such a powerful leader, and so young. Have you seen it before?" Timison asked. He would rather admit that the Devers were gods chosen than admit that the Devers were stronger than them. Chrysano, Xani, and Paris shook their heads. "I think when Chrysips finds out that the Devers have gone to Greece, he'll probably be very regretful. You've all seen it for yourselves. Kelethorpes clearly wanted the Devers to be guests of Sparta, and before he left, he asked Anachisis to take care of them. Unfortunately, Anachisis has underestimated this young man, and the Devers would rather go to Greece than Sparta." Creano said gloatingly. "No one likes Sparta. They're too domineering." Timosin's words resonated with everyone. "But why did Hieronymus choose to go to Greece?" Tormid asked. "It's because of that guy from Athens." Timosin raised his eyebrows. The soldiers in Sinopol elected a new leader, and Hieronymus lost his position. Instead, that talkative Seraphin took the position. Maybe he wants to leave this place and go to Greece to prove himself. It's good not to be the leader. At least we don't have so much to worry about. But soon, we will be able to go home easily. Xanthi and Paris said, and the others also sighed. Perhaps they realized that the gathering was about to end. The four of them saluted solemnly. Then, they turned their horses around and galloped back to their own camps. The fully armored Sparta soldiers stood on both sides of the street. Under their watchful eyes, the Devers walked toward the port. The mercenaries tried their best not to look at the Sparta soldiers and the Byzantine citizens behind them. Instead, they looked straight ahead and walked forward in a calm manner. "Damn mercenaries! F***CK off!" A Byzantine citizen suddenly roared and threw a rotten date at the Devers in the front. This instantly broke the silence. "Get out of Byzantine! Bandits! Thieves! God will punish you. You will die a horrible death." The Byzantine citizens cursed and threw things at the mercenaries who were walking in the middle of the street. Although the Devers predicted this and warned the mercenaries, they still felt a sense of danger. At this moment, he sensed danger. He covered his head with one hand and shouted anxiously, "Assists, take your messengers and tell every officer to strictly control their soldiers. Don't let them leave the team." The Devers' order came at the right time. Some of the new mercenaries got angry. If it weren't for the fully armored Sparta soldiers on the side of the street, they would have charged forward and started fighting with the Byzantine citizens. The commanders ran up and down to stop them from making mistakes. The Devers also ordered, "Everyone run!" Krinder stood on the roof of his mansion and looked down at the mercenaries. He was surprised to see that these undisciplined mercenaries were able to control themselves and didn't get into conflicts with the citizens of Byzantine. His plan to confiscate the weapons of these mercenaries failed, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. "Who is the leader of this group of mercenaries?" he asked casually. "I think he is called Devers." The adjutant thought about it and answered, "Devers." Krinder felt like this name was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "The mercenaries he is leading are not bad. Sir, should we stop them?" "Forget it." Krinder waved his hand. The reason why he came up with this plan after accepting the bribes from the Turkey merchants was that once a conflict broke out, he would be able to take away the weapons of the mercenaries and shut their mouths. The mercenaries endured the humiliation, suppressed their anger, and sped up. They wished that they could get to the port in a few steps. After the mercenaries and slave women got on the ships, everything was arranged, and the fleet of 57 merchant ships left the port of Byzantine. The soldiers started to curse. Even the good-tempered assists couldn't help but shout, "Byzantines, one day, I will return this humiliation." Devers didn't care about how the soldiers vented their anger. He quietly stood at the back of the ship and watched as the city of Byzantine disappeared into the horizon. After the fleet entered the Sea of Marmara, they turned around and headed south. However, they were stopped by more than a dozen Sparta battleships on the way. Burkos had no choice but to move his ship over and personally board the Spartan flagship to ask the Spartans to let them pass. After a while, he asked his subordinates to carry a big box onto the battleship. After about an hour, he and his subordinates returned to the ship. He let out a long breath and ordered, "We can go now." "What's going on?" Devers asked curiously. "The Spartans are now in control of this strait. Any large fleet that passes through here will be inspected by them, especially since I hired you guys from the Byzantine Empire," Burkos said as he took the cup of water from his subordinate. "Why?" Devers was even more curious. Ever since Sparta defeated Athens and controlled the Aegean Sea, there was a rule that states that if they want to hire soldiers in Sparta's territory, they must get permission from Sparta. Byzantine is now occupied by Sparta, so it belongs to Sparta's territory as well. In the past, in Greater Greece, only Dionysius of Syracuse was allowed by Sparta to hire soldiers in Sparta for a long time, or even in Sparta itself. Dionysius? A tyrant and dictator of Syracuse, Burkos said in disgust. It was obvious that he didn't have a good impression of Dionysius. However, the Devers remembered this name. Fortunately, this is a special situation. I managed to convince the Elder Council of Sparta to issue a permit to hire soldiers. Burkos sipped some water and sighed. Even so, I still had to spend half of Taranto to clear the channel. Sigh. Why are the generals of Sparta so greedy now? He looked at the Devers and said, "I hope your performance on the battlefield will prove that my investment was worth it. You will see," Devers said seriously. At this time, someone on the opposite battleship shouted, "Devers! Devers!" Note, at this chapter, the story of the Devers in Persia finally came to an end. Did he have any contact with the mercenary leaders like Timizon and Clino, as well as the governor of Persia, Tissaphernes and Orontes? Chapter 66. Devers looked up at the three-decker warship beside him and saw someone waving at him from the side of the ship. "Hi, Xenophon. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to say goodbye to you." "Devers." I accepted Anacostus' request and rushed to Byzantium. I was about to gather our mercenaries and rush to Asia Minor, but I didn't expect that you were already going to Greece. Stay. Let's continue fighting side by side. Xenophon sincerely requested Devers. Devers thought to himself that it was a close call, then shrugged and said seriously, "Unfortunately, I have already signed an agreement with Turii and swore to Hades." "That is too bad." Xenophon, who respected the gods, showed a regretful expression. "We can't fight together anymore. It seems that Sparta is going to war with Persia. I can only wish you the protection of Zeus in the upcoming battle." Devers said this from the bottom of his heart. "I wish you the same," Xenophon said sincerely. "I originally wanted to invite you to Athens to meet my teacher Socrates. He will definitely be very interested in your novel views. And one of his students, my good friend Plato, has a similar view to yours. You two will definitely become good friends. Unfortunately, one day I will go to Athens. I believe you will have finished writing the story of our battle in Persia by then. Don't forget to give me a copy." Devers only knew that Xenophon later wrote The Long March, but he didn't remember Xenophon's life experience. After all, he wasn't a historian in his previous life. "Don't worry, I will make an extra copy for you." Xenophon smiled. Devers vaguely remembered that Socrates was convicted by the authorities in Athens and poisoned to death. He didn't know the exact time, but he remembered that Socrates could have chosen to be expelled from Athens, but he insisted on staying and wanted to use his death to awaken the numb citizens of Athens. Therefore, Devers gave up on the decision to remind Xenophon. He just waved and said goodbye. Goodbye. Who knew that with this wave of his hand, the world had changed, and his good friend had become his enemy? The affairs of the world are hard to predict. It makes one sigh. As the fleet moved forward, Sparta's warships gradually disappeared into the blue sky. Seeing that the Devers were still standing at the stern, Burkos couldn't help but walk over and say, "Still thinking about your friend from Athens? Xenophon is a talented and capable man." Devers felt a sense of loss. After all, Xenophon was the first historical figure to link this world to his previous life. The Athens Olympic Games relied on one batch of talented people after another to achieve its glory. Buckhose said with deep emotion, "Even we are basking in the glory of Athens, which is why Thurii has been so prosperous since it was founded." "Oh, is that so?" Buckhose's words successfully aroused the Devers' interest. At that time, the leaders in charge of building Thurii were two very capable people from Athens, Lamborn and Syroclitus, and the famous scholar from Athens, Protagoras, who made laws for Thurii. Athens also invited the famous Greek engineer Hippodamos to design the city for Thurii and was in charge of its construction. At the same time, there were also two distinguished guests from Athens who moved to Thurii. One was the scholar Herodotus, who wrote history, and the other was the famous rhetorician Tixius. There was even the Sparta Chrysidas, who commanded the battles for Thurii. Thus, Thurii was able to maintain peace with Crotone in the south, fight with Tarentum for the plains of Sarus in the north, defend against the invasion of the Lucanians and Bruttii in the west, and strengthen trade with Greece in the east. As a result, we became a powerful nation in Greece in one fell swoop. Buckhose recalled the past and was exultant. The Devers listened carefully. Then, Buckhose's proud expression became gloomy. Unfortunately, Athens lost to Sparta. Now, Sparta is the overlord of Greece. Will it have a big impact on Thurii? The Devers asked anxiously. Buckhose did not want to say more and only replied, "You will know when you get to Thurii." The Devers comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, Sparta's position as the overlord will not last for long." The Devers' shocking words immediately attracted Buckhose's attention. Why? Because the Sparta people have begun to accept bribes. The Devers said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "The unique system that Lycurgu created for Sparta was originally intended to train the citizens of Sparta into fierce warriors, so that they could suppress the Helots, who outnumbered Sparta, internally and dominate Greece. For this reason, all the citizens of Sparta maintained a simple and plain life to ensure basic equality. Otherwise, the citizens of Sparta would raise objections. Why do I have to undergo cruel training from a young age and only be able to leave the barracks when I'm 30? Therefore, they closed the country, banned commerce, banned the use of more portable currency, banned debates, banned plays, banned poetry, banned the writing and sale of books other than military. Everyone said that the Sparta warriors were terrifying because the Sparta people had no other interests. Fighting and killing were their only interests. Now that Sparta has become the overlord of Greece, strategic locations need to be guarded, and their fleets need to patrol. When the Sparta people go out of the country, they will stay for half a year or even a year. Of course, they will come into contact with things that they have never come into contact with before. It's not easy to cultivate a simple and plain life, but it's too easy to destroy it. Once the fighting spirit of the Sparta people to dominate Greece is completely eroded, how long can Sparta's hegemony last? Buckhose had never heard anyone use such simple and vivid words to analyze the political system of Sparta. It was like a sharp dagger piercing the fragile core of the Sparta system. It sounded very reasonable. He looked at the Devers in a daze. This young man made him feel a little bit of awe. He suddenly remembered the rumor that the Devers were God's favorites. He opened his mouth and found that his throat was a little dry. He coughed a few times and could not help but ask if that's the case, then who will be the opponent of Sparta in Greece? The Devers shrugged and said, "I'm not a god. How would I know?" As he said this, he raised his head and looked at the seagulls soaring in the blue sky. Thebes, Macedonia. A long list of names flashed through his mind. For some reason, a sense of pride rose in his heart. After passing through the blockade of Sparta's warships, Buckhose was afraid that another accident would occur, so he ordered the fleet to travel day and night. After a few days, they arrived at the island of Olympia and went ashore to replenish their food and fresh water. They then sailed through the Cyclades and went around the Attica Peninsula of Athens. As there was no time to stay ashore, The Devers could only regretfully look to the west at the famous Athens that was out of sight in his previous life. After that, the fleet passed by Argos and carefully went around the peninsula of Peloponnesus until they reached the island of Zakynthos. They only went ashore to rest for the night. The next day, they continued to sail north until they reached the island of Kokira. Only then did they turn west and enter the Gulf of Taranto, named after the powerful Greek state of Tarentum. This was a calm harbor. The moist sea breeze did not cause any ripples, and the azure sea water was as calm as a piece of smooth and translucent blue silk. Countless ships shuttled back and forth like silver shuttles, weaving a beautiful picture on this huge piece of blue silk. When the mercenaries saw this beautiful scene, their bodies and minds, which were originally exhausted from the long voyage, suddenly became excited and began to laugh loudly. Buckhoz's fleet, which was not small, also attracted the attention of some people. Several three-tiered warships with the pattern of man riding a dolphin, painted on their sails, came over to welcome them. "It's nothing. It's a Tarentum patrol ship," Buckhoz said to the Devers. The leading ship of the fleet had already gone forward to meet them. "Have we entered the waters controlled by Tarentum?" the Devers asked curiously. "Not yet. This is just an agreement between the several city-states in this gulf. They keep in touch with each other just in case," Buckhoz explained. The warships of Tarentum turned around and left, and the fleet continued forward. About an hour later, Buckhoz pointed to the front and said, "Turii is in front." Chapter 67. Buckhoz seemed to have noticed the Devers' confusion, so he explained, "The city of Turii is about 20 miles from the mouth of the Krati River." "Oh," the Devers replied and asked, "why are there so many ships trading when the Turii are at war with the Lacarians?" "The Lacanians don't have ships, so they can't cut off the Turii's maritime trade. The more the war, the more supplies they need. These merchant ships are all here to earn money." As the two were talking, the fleet stopped moving forward. The pilot ship moved forward alone and soon merged with the white sails. About an hour later, the pilot ship returned and approached Buckhoz's ship. Then a man boarded. "Buckhoz, you're finally back. I thought the Lacarians were so scared that you migrated to Greece." The man walked forward with a smile. "Even you, the most cowardly of all, didn't leave, so how could I?" Buckhoz joked and gave him a hug. "Is everything going well? Is Turii all right?" The two asked at the same time and laughed at the same time. "Seeing how relaxed you look, the city of Turii should still be safe. You know, the barbaric Lacarians don't have great skills. They can't build siege weapons or build ships. They only destroyed the villages and farms outside the city. Fortunately, the wheat harvest was long finished in autumn. During the winter, the Lacanians outside the city had a plague and had to retreat to the northern mountains, leaving only a small number of soldiers in Amendola." "Wait, you're talking about the plague?" Buckhoz was horrified. "The Lacanians killed thousands of Turii citizens and piled their corpses outside the city. Zeus was furious and punished the Lacanians, but our Turii people were not harmed at all," the man said with anger and pride. Buckhoz quickly praised Zeus. The man continued, "Now that the weather is getting warmer, they're starting to head south again. Fortunately, Tarentum sent reinforcements. As the initiators of the Great Hellenic Defense Alliance, they should have sent reinforcements long ago. You can't blame them. They just repelled the attack of the Masapi, and they sent 1,500 heavy infantry and 50 cavalry. Moreover, the leader is Urchita." "Which Ikeda?" "And which Ikeda?" "Of course, it's the son of Tarentum's former consul, Histiaves, the genius that people of Tarentum talk about." "Speaking of geniuses, I also have one here." Buckhoz pulled the Devers over and said to Polixus, "Let me introduce you to the Thessaly Devers, the commander of the Greek mercenaries in the Persia expedition." Buckhoz said seriously. Then, pointing to the newcomer, he said, "Devers, this is my friend Polixus, the general elected by the tourists this year." "I salute you, General Polixus." The Devers bowed slightly. "Welcome." Polixus nodded slightly, then turned to Buckhoz. "What did you just say? Expedition to Persia?" Buckhoz saw that Polixus was being perfunctory, so he greatly publicized the deeds of the Devers. Polixis immediately looked at the Devers with a passionate gaze. It's hard to imagine. Devers, you actually did such an amazing thing at such a young age. In the hinterland of Persia, you led your soldiers back while surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. This is really wow, the Devers said sincerely. This is the result of the hard work of our brothers. Many of them died on the way home. I invited the Devers to come to Turis because I hope that they can use their rich battle experience to help us repel the Licarians. Burkos took the opportunity to explain in advance the team of Devers that he hired with a high salary. You came at the right time. We were just discussing the counterattack against the Licarians. Polixis said to Burkos, I came to tell you that the General Executive Committee has agreed to your fleet to disembark at the simple pier at the mouth of the river. The Devers will lead the mercenaries to camp in the old city of Sybaris. What? They want us to camp in the old city of Sybaris. Burkos' expression changed. He immediately pulled Polixis to the side and scolded in a low voice. Are you crazy? Don't forget that when the tourists built their city, they had an agreement with Crotone. The old city of Sybaris cannot be touched. Otherwise, why didn't the tourists build their city on the old city of Sybaris? It's clearly in a better location and has a better port. Every tourist knows what you're saying. But this is the result of Cunagharata's insistence, and the other generals have also agreed. The soldiers you hired have been camping in Sybaris for almost a month. Polixis shrugged to show that this matter had nothing to do with him. It's Cunagharata again. He expelled the people of Athens, and now he wants to provoke Clotho. Does he want tourists to be destroyed? Burkos said angrily. It's not as serious as you say. It's been decades, and the tourists have always followed this agreement. The weeds in Sybaris are taller than people. Now that Turis is in the midst of war, they're only temporarily camping. Besides, Crotone doesn't have time to care about this. They are fighting fiercely with the Brutti's people. Otherwise, where would the mercenaries camp? The mercenaries that came last time, and this time add up to about 4,000 to 5,000 people. The camp they built must occupy a large area. Now, other than the wasteland around Turis, it's all farmland and villages. Didn't you say that the farmland and villages outside the city have been destroyed? Burkos asked. After the Licaria's people retreated, everyone returned to their villages and started rebuilding. Otherwise, if they were all gathered in the city, there would be problems sooner or later. As for those fields, the farmers have already sown the wheat seeds. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any harvest this year. What if the Licaria's people come? Burkos asked worriedly. That's why we were discussing how to repel them. Burkos stared at Polixis speechlessly for a while. Finally, he said, It seems that the generals are very united now. They're also very courageous. I've already forgotten how pathetic they were last year. Polixis looked embarrassed and couldn't say anything. As a channel had been cleared in advance, Burkos' fleet entered the estuary smoothly. It was just that it was a little troublesome to disembark because there was only a simple dock. Burkos, the Devers, Felicius assists, and the guards disembarked first. Standing on the soft ground, they were not used to being tossed about at sea for a long time. Felicius bent down and reached out to grab a handful of soil. He twirled it between his fingers, ignoring the stench, and brought it to the tip of his nose to sniff it. He had an intoxicated look on his face, as if what he was holding was not soil, but a delicacy. Then, he reached out to the Devers and said excitedly, It's black. The Devers, of course, understood what he meant. Before Burkos could turn his gaze, he exclaimed, This is really a fertile land. Burkos said proudly, Of course. The Sabari Plain has several rivers, including the Krati River. Not only is it rich in water, but the land is also fertile and flat. It's also very large. It's the best land in this area. Otherwise, Sabaris wouldn't be able to live such a luxurious life. The group left the riverbank and walked for a short distance. Then, they saw a dilapidated wall amidst the weeds. This was the old site of Sabari City. Divers stopped in front of a large rock. Although it was covered in moss and green, the smooth surface of the rock had delicate veins and a dark red color, proving that it was a good piece of marble. As far as the eye could see, There were quite a lot of such rocks here, hidden under the weeds, half buried in the soil. After all, Greece and Italy mostly produced white marble. Only Africa was rich in red marble, so it was naturally expensive. Although the Devers didn't know the price, they rarely saw such stones in the cities they had passed. It was obviously not easy to obtain. What a good stone. Why didn't the tourists use it when they built the city? He asked Burkos in a seemingly casual manner. Chapter 68. Buckos hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to tell the truth. After all, this was an open secret, and he did not want this matter to affect the trust between the two of them. When Talii was built, Athens and Crotone had an agreement. Crotone and Talii will maintain peace, but Talii will not be allowed to build a city on Cyprus. At the same time, Cyprus will remain the same. What a domineering Crotone! Did they use the ruins to show everyone how powerful Clotho is? The Devers asked curiously. Maybe, but it also reminds the tourists to never make the same mistake as Cyprus. Bucko said, trying to act tough. The tourists are quite tolerant, the tourist joked. Diver said jokingly. Seeing Bucko's expression turn ugly, he had to ask, isn't it a violation of the agreement for us to camp here? Buckos pretended to be relaxed and said, the situation is urgent. I believe the Crotone will understand. I hope the Crotone think the same, the Devers replied. Buckos did not say anything else. He had experienced the Devers' shrewdness before, and he believed that the Devers had already seen the crux of the matter. The group continued to move forward. The broken walls and rocks gradually decreased, and the ground became flatter. Felicius, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around. Chief, I think we should use this as the center and build a camp. The Devers stood on a big rock and looked around. The mercenary camp that they had arrived at earlier was about 200 meters to the north, the Crati River to the south, the sea to the east, and the farmland to the west. He jumped down and used the tip of his right foot to poke the soil. Underneath the thin layer of soil was something hard. It should be the stone bricks that were laid in Cyprus back then. This should be the center of Cyprus. The Devers nodded and said, okay. Felicius turned around and walked back to inform the soldiers who were still disembarking at the dock. At this moment, dozens of people came out of the mercenary camp and ran over. Hey, where did you guys come from? The leader of the group shouted. Buckos recognized him and stepped forward. Dracos, this is the leader of the Devers from Thessaly, invited by tourists. Like you, their mercenaries will also be fighting against the Licarians. Oh, when Drax saw how young the Devers were, he could not help but feel strange and contemptuous. Then, he saw Assis leading the guards to mark the ground and measure it. His expression changed slightly. What are they doing? We will camp here. From now on, our two armies will be neighbors, Devers said with a smile. Are you going to camp here? Dracos' eyes widened, and his voice grew louder. It's more convenient to camp here, and we can communicate with each other. The Devers saw the change in his expression, but he didn't care. Who's going to cooperate with you? Don't drag us down. You can't camp here. You have to retreat at least 300 meters to the south before you can camp. Drax ordered in a tough tone. 300 meters to the south, then our camp will be near the river. The Devers reminded him. I don't care. Think of a way yourself. We have to leave this place immediately, Drax said in a tough manner. Dracos, this is tourist land. You don't have any right to make such a decision. Buckos shouted at him. But you tourists marked the ruins of Cyprus as our mercenary camp. That means I have the right. Who asked us to be here first? Dracos said arrogantly. Buckos wanted to speak again, but the Devers held him back. I understand. It seems like we have to rely on our strength to decide who's in charge here. The Devers sneered. Hey, young man, you're a sensible man. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Drax laughed in disdain. The Devers called the Assists over and whispered, Quick, call the troops over. Tell them that there's a good opportunity to exercise here. Understood. The Assists ran back excitedly. Marcius, what are you waiting for? Follow me, the Devers said and dashed forward. Back then, Marcius was also a warrior on par with Martones in the Xylos squad. When he became the captain of the guards, he had to manage the guards on a daily basis. Thus, his aggressive nature had been curbed a lot. It was rare for him to encounter a good opportunity, and he had long been eager to get into action. He led the 30 guards and charged forward like wolves and tigers. Dracos saw the Devers charging at him and threw a punch at them. The Devers was prepared. He lowered his body and didn't slow down. He got close to the right side of Dracos. Dracos didn't have time to retract his right fist and was about to lean to the side. The Devers' left fist hit his waist like lightning. He bent over in pain. The Devers' right hook hit his chin. His strong body jumped up and fell backward. Behind him, Burkos saw that in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Dracos fell to the ground and could not get up. He was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his back. Usually, divers would talk cheerfully and wittily with him, giving Buckos the impression that this young man had used his wisdom to conquer this group of mercenaries. Buckos did not expect that his lethality would be so astonishing. Under the leadership of Maltius, the other guards were like tigers pouncing on their prey. Their attacks were ruthless and accurate, and they had a tacit understanding of each other, defending and attacking together. Although the other party had 10 more people, they were scattered like sand. They were always surrounded by 2 or 3 people, and soon they were all beaten down. On the other hand, Maltius' side had basically no losses. Burkos wanted to say something, but he heard the rumbling of footsteps behind him. Devers, we're here. Martones was running at the front. The Devers saw many people rushing out from the other side's camp, but they were not as fast as them. So he said, "We'll send as many people as they send. We'll take turns and beat them up, but don't kill them." Roar. The soldiers roared excitedly. They couldn't wait for the other side to come up. A battle royale involving hundreds of people soon began, and the outcome was quickly decided. The outcome was obvious. The soldiers of the other side's camp saw their teammates lying on the ground. They kept moaning and were so scared that they didn't dare to come over. Seeing this, Burkos was glad that he made the right decision to hire the Devers army. At the same time, he said worriedly, "Don't you think this is too much? How are you going to fight with Dracos and the others in the future?" Divers rubbed his knuckles and comforted him. "You don't understand the matters between mercenaries. After this fight, I believe that not only will there be no more friction, but they will also understand who has the right to call the shots here." These words gave Burkos a deeper understanding of the Devers. "Martones, if it wasn't for the 2 Dara gold coins a month, I really wouldn't want to join your army." Septimus, a mercenary who joined the Divers Legion in the Byzantine Empire, complained to division leader Martones as he dug the trenches. "After more than 10 days on the boat, we finally arrived at Talii, but they didn't let us rest. Instead, they asked us to dig the trenches and build the campsite." Martones stared at him. "If you don't want to do it, you can quit. I don't want to be spanked." Septimus thought of something, and the more he thought about it, the more he said with lingering fear, "No wonder people said that your camp is very strict. Getting spanked so easily is unbearable. We are mercenaries, not Sparta's army." Chapter 69. Septimus looked left and right. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Matones' expression, he immediately shut his mouth. If Matones was angered, he would really use his fist to beat someone up. Of course, his shielding of his own people was famous throughout the army. Cripps sullenly raised his tools and dug into the ground. Matones couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He picked up a wooden basket filled with soil, climbed up the wooden ladder, and poured the soil onto the wall that he was going to build in the trench. He observed his team's progress and found that it wasn't bad. But when he looked at Oliver's team, he immediately became anxious. He stood by the trench and shouted, "Brothers, let's work harder. We'll be the first to finish and get the reward promised by the leader. If anyone doesn't take it seriously and drags us down, I won't let him off, understand?" Roar. The veterans howled, while the new soldiers responded weakly. "Leader, when we build the camp this time, not only do we have to dig trenches, build walls, and build watchtowers, we also have to build wooden palisades on top of the walls, build walkways behind the palisades, dig pits in front of the trench, and bury sharp wooden stakes. The requirements for this camp are too complicated, and the workload is much higher than before. The soldiers are complaining. Is it really necessary?" Assists asked in confusion. Devers kept an eye on the progress of the camp and answered with certainty, "Of course it's necessary." Bucko said that there were at least 10,000 Lacanian warriors who attacked the tourists last year. Unlike the tourists, we don't have tall and thick walls to protect us. If we don't build a fortified camp, how can we defend against the Lacanians? When we're surrounded by the Lacanians, will the tourists come to our rescue? Assis shook his head. So, building such a complicated camp is tiring. But with it, the soldiers can rest and sleep in peace, and the enemy can't do anything to us. And it's not like they're building it in a day. They can finish it in a few days. Seeing that Assis understood, Devers continued, "Didn't I ask you to gather the soldiers who have done carpentry before and form an engineering battalion? Let them lead the soldiers and try to build wooden fences, sentry towers, and walkways. With this experience, we can do the same when we build camps in the future." Assis said from the bottom of his heart, "Leader, you are so thoughtful." Devers smiled. This was just an effective method that the Rome army had summed up through hundreds of years of war and history. He directly borrowed it and strongly promoted it. He hoped that the military tradition of the Rome Legion, which was to build a fortified camp no matter where they went, would become a habit for his army. "Leader, Felicius is back." Assis saw Felicius rushing over from the north. Devers hurried over and asked, "How's the situation?" "Bucko's is right. There's a small river about 10 miles to the north, and there's a forest on the other side of the river." "Is it easy to cross the river?" "The river is very shallow, but we found Lacarian spies. According to the guide, they might be from the city of Amandalera." This news made Devers think for a while. He said decisively, "Bucko said that the only Lacanian army left in the north of Turis doesn't have many people. I'll give you 500 soldiers and 100 strong slaves. Lead them to the forest and let some of them chop wood. The rest will be responsible for keeping watch. If possible, go north to investigate the situation around Amandalera." "Okay." On a big rock 100 meters away from the Devers camp, Draco's and the other two leaders stopped and looked around. What are these guys trying to do? Do they need to make a camp so complicated? How is this building a camp? This is obviously building a city. Do the tourists allow them to do this? One of the leaders said sarcastically, "Adrianx, you have to admit that if such a complicated camp is built, it will be very difficult for the Lacarians to attack it. On the contrary, look at our camp. It's much simpler in comparison. I heard from the tourists that the Lacarians are gathering their forces in Laos. Once they attack south, I'm afraid we will be the first to suffer. Shouldn't we consider refortifying our camp?" Another leader suggested, "Sesta, it's not like you don't know what our soldiers are like. They are very proactive when they ask you for money, but once you ask them to work, they all slack off." Adrianx said helplessly, "Yes, that's what I'm curious about." Sesta pointed at the soldiers who were working hard in the distance and said curiously, "They don't look like mercenaries at all. Even some of the city's militias aren't as good as them. It's a bit like Sparta style. But judging from their accents, Thessaly, Rhodes, Thrace, Crete, Chersones, Chaos, they have accents from all over the world, just like us." She thought, "But why is there such a big difference? Don't overthink it. Although we fought with them, they didn't mean us any harm. They even volunteered to help us treat the wounded. We just don't provoke them in the future. Besides, it's a good thing that they are strong. With them by our side, we can be at ease." After saying that, Adrianx jumped off the rock and said, "Let's go. Don't stand here for too long. They might think we are up to something again." Adrianx could feel how scary this mercenary army was. He couldn't help but want to stay as far away from them as possible. "I think we should still give it a try. Let the soldiers refortify the camp's defenses." Sesta also jumped off the rock. "All right, let's go back and discuss it with the soldiers." Adrianx shrugged helplessly. After taking a few steps, he remembered something and turned around to shout, "Draco's, let's go." Draco's grimaced. His swollen chin hurt when he moved it. He took a deep look at the Devers camp and followed the two. Soon after returning to the camp, the wounded who had been treated also came back, and from them the mercenaries, who were mainly from Ionia and Asia Minor, for Burkos had recruited them in Miletus, learned that the ones who had fought with them were the Greek mercenaries who had accompanied Cyrus the Younger on his expedition to Persia. After the Devers arrived at the Yoke Galaxy, when the merchant ships of the Yoke Galaxy went to Greece, Asia Minor, and Ionia to trade, the merchants and sailors in the taverns and inns would exaggerate the Greek mercenaries' experience of fighting in Persia. As a result, while the Devers were still marching along the coast of the Yoke Galaxy, their reputation had already spread throughout Ionia. After the mercenaries learned about their plight, they envied their experience and regarded them as heroes. After all, there had never been a Greek army that had traveled so far into the hinterland of Persia. Now that they learned that the people who had beaten them up were part of the Persia Expeditionary Army, the mercenaries' resentment disappeared. They even sighed from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder they fought so fiercely. It turned out that they were Greek mercenaries who had returned from the Persia expedition. And now they are right beside us. Chapter 70. At the same time, Bucos was being questioned by the tourist generals in the city hall. The political system of Turis was similar to that of Athens. Usually, the administration of the city adopted a system of 10 generals in charge. After all, it was established under the leadership of Athens. However, unlike Athens, where the generals were elected by the citizens of Turis, the main immigrants came from the 10 regions of Turis, namely Arcadia, Achaia, Piotia, Ionia, Athens, Doria, and so on. Therefore, the citizens of these 10 regions elected a general each year, and the chief general had always been a descendant of Athens. However, after the end of the Peloponnesus War and the defeat of Athens, in order to prevent the retaliation of Sparta and the city-states that had joined the Sparta alliance in Greater Greece, such as Tarentum, Crotone, and Syracuse, the city-states that had joined the Arcadian alliance were expelled. At the urging of Cunigrata, all the descendants of Athens and Turis were expelled. At this point, there were only 9 generals left in Turis, and the chief general was elected by the council from among the 9 generals elected by the community. Cunigrata had been the chief general for 4 consecutive years. It was only after the invasion of the Lacanians last year and the crushing defeat of Turis that the citizens' assembly gave most of the votes to Felix, who they believed had the most military talent. Although he had lost his chief general position, Cunigrata was still elected as one of the 9 generals. After all, his reputation among the Arcadians was too high. Now, he was holding the employment agreement signed by Bucos and asked, "Bucos, as the person in charge of recruiting soldiers, you should know the price of mercenaries in the entire Greek region. How much is it?" "About half a Dallic gold coin a month," Bucos answered truthfully. "Very well, it's roughly the same as what I know. I noticed that in these 2 employment agreements, the first one is indeed half a daric a month. But in the second agreement, Cunigrata faced the other generals and said loudly, 'The same 2,000 mercenaries, but you're paying them 2 daric a month.'" Hearing this, the generals gasped in surprise. Before Bucos could explain, Cunigrata held up the sheepskin scroll with the agreement written on it and continued, "Not only that, but you also signed a half-year employment contract with them. According to the rules, regardless of whether the war ends or not, they have to be paid 2 daric gold coins every month. Think about it. If the Lacanians delay their attack, according to this agreement, these mercenaries will not have to put in any effort for the next 6 months and will receive nearly 25,000 gold coins for free. Oh my God, this is too much." As the crowd gasped again, another general, Neonesis, said angrily, "Last year, in order to prepare military supplies for the tourist army to attack the Lacanians, the treasury took out 300 talents silver. In the end, in order to compensate the families of the citizens who died in the war, another 50 talents silver was taken out. At the same time, in order to defend against the Lacanians, we took out another 150 talents silver to make weapons, repair the walls, and recruit civilian soldiers. This year, in order to buy food for the reinforcements and mercenaries of Tarentum, as well as to repair the destroyed villages, farmlands, and other facilities, we've spent 120 talents silver. It's still not enough. The war hasn't even started, and the treasury is almost empty. Before this, we even discussed whether we should impose a special war tax on the citizens. This is all the wealth that the tourists have accumulated over the years and the hard-earned taxes of the citizens. As the general in charge of the city's finance, I cannot tolerate such an absurd agreement. I will refuse to pay them. That's right, we don't recognize this employment agreement. Most of the generals objected. At this moment, Chief General Felix said, Kinagarata, the Lucanians are gathering their troops in Laos. This news has been confirmed, and we all know about it. Therefore, there is no possibility that the Lucanians will not attack for half a year. This is because gathering an army will consume a lot of food. With the food production capacity of the Lucanians, it is impossible for them to last half a year. If they cancel the gathering after gathering, it will only weaken the prestige of the great leader of the tribal alliance. Unless there are special circumstances, the Lucanians will attack very soon. And at this critical time, we need more soldiers to help us defend against the Lucanians. Felix, you can't rule out the possibility of accidents. For example, everyone thought that the Lucanians would attack the city after their victory, but they were forced to retreat because of the plague. Kinagarata retorted, whether the enemy attacks or not isn't the key point. The key point is that no matter what the situation is, the mercenaries will always be the ones to benefit, while the tourists will always be at a disadvantage. That's the problem. I don't think the person you recommended, Buckos, has done his best in this mission. Look at the treatment he gave the mercenaries, not only the salary, but also this. Look at this. The mercenaries led by the Devers are only responsible for defending against the tourists and repelling the Lucanians' attacks on the tourists. If there are other tasks, both parties must discuss and decide. Kinagra read the terms of the employment agreement out loud, then sneered at Buckos. Are you sure you're only recruiting mercenaries and not Sparta warriors? We're the ones paying. We're the masters. Now, these mercenaries have become our honored guests, and we have to seek their approval for everything. I seriously suspect that Buckos has made a private deal with these mercenaries. I request that the finance officer be sent to investigate this matter. That's enough, Kinagarata. Felix finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Even though I recommended Buckos, the decision was made by the generals. Don't forget that you were the second to agree. This means that his ability has been recognized by everyone. In such a short period of time, he's been running around tirelessly and quickly recruited over 4,000 soldiers for the tourists, solving the tourist shortage of soldiers. The citizens feel at ease, and the safety of the city is guaranteed. He should be rewarded by the city and thanked by the citizens, but he has to accept your humiliation. Is this how the tourists should treat a citizen who has contributed to the city? If that's the case, which citizen will be willing to work for the tourists in the future? Felix's words caused the city hall to fall into a momentary silence. Buckos seized the opportunity and said, I didn't expect the city's finances to be so poor. However, the reason why I signed this agreement and recruited these soldiers was because of the urgency of the situation and also because they are worth it. Even though they aren't Sparta warriors, they aren't any weaker than Sparta warriors. This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Neancis obviously didn't believe it. He said mockingly, everyone knows that the people of Sparta are trained to be warriors from a young age. That's why they're so scary when they grow up. Is there a second city in this world that has a similar system? Oh, right. There's also the undead guards of Persia mentioned in Herodotus' history. Are they Persia? Buckos looked at Neancis coldly. These soldiers really are related to the people of Persia. Oh, Felix asked with interest. What's the origin of this mercenary army? Seeing that the gazes of the generals were focused on him, Buckos glanced at Polixus, who had been silent all this time, and said unhurriedly, after receiving the mission from the generals, I set out on the same day. As a result, when I was passing through the Adriatic Sea, I encountered 2 pirate ships and was almost captured by them. Fortunately, Poseidon blessed me and caused a strong gale to blow up. I risked the risk of capsizing the ship and escaped. I sailed all the way to Crete before going ashore to rest and repair the ship. Originally, I wanted to recruit some archers there. The locals told me that it's okay to recruit a few people, but if you need a lot of people, you have to get permission from Sparta, because Crete is now part of the Sparta alliance. He also told me that most of the mercenaries are now gathered in Asia Minor. He suggested that I go there, but it's best if I get permission from Sparta. After careful consideration, I decided to go to Sparta. Chapter 71. I pretended to be a Turi emissary and finally arrived in Sparta after several attempts. I told the Sparta elders about the calamity that the Turians suffered and asked for reinforcements. The elders of Sparta expressed sympathy for the Turians, but they didn't send any reinforcements. Instead, they gave me a recruitment permit. Smart. When Burkos said this, Ferris couldn't help but praise him loudly. The other generals also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sparta didn't care too much about the Turians providing help to Athens. Fortunately, we took measures in time, so Sparta could treat us with this kind of attitude. Kunigratas said, and the other generals agreed. It didn't matter whether Sparta changed its attitude because of the Turians' expulsion of the descendants of Athens, or whether they didn't care about the Turians at all. These generals who supported and approved of the expulsion of the descendants of Athens needed this false approval to dispel the guilt in their hearts. Burkos glanced at the generals and continued. When I arrived in Miletus and recruited Drax, Cesta, and other mercenaries, I heard a lot of news about young Cyrus leading the Greek mercenaries to attack Persia in an attempt to usurp the throne. The generals nodded. Even though Turia was thousands of miles away from Asia Minor, they still knew about this news. Not to mention the frequent trade between the east and west of the Mediterranean. Even though the first batch of mercenaries could only be stationed outside the city, there were constantly small merchants and even prostitutes going to the barracks to do business, thus spreading news and stories to the city. The Greek mercenaries defeated the army of Persia. Although young Cyrus died in battle, on the way back to Greece, they defeated the Persia governor of Asia Minor, Tsaphnis, and Armenia governor, Orontes. It is said that they even killed several famous Persia generals. They traveled thousands of miles and constantly fought with the local indigenous people. Among them, there were many mountain tribes that gave the Persia a headache. Generals, don't you think that the Greek mercenaries have a lot of combat experience? Don't they have amazing combat power? Can they be compared to Sparta? Don't tell me that the mercenaries you hired are... Some of the generals couldn't help but exclaim, the Greek mercenaries that went to Persia? Yes, generals. Burkos saw the expressions of surprise and excitement on everyone's face and finally dropped the stone in his heart. The reason why we lost the battle with the Lacanians last time was not only because of Asclepiadax's carelessness, but also because the citizens have been living in peace for a long time and lack combat experience. In fact, when the Turians repelled the Lacanians' invasion and took the initiative to invade the Lacanians' territory, it wasn't Asclepiadax's idea alone. The entire Turian citizens, including the generals, were pushing for this. This strong desire to take revenge on the Lacanians led the entire army to underestimate the enemy in the enemy's territory, and as a result, they were almost wiped out. At this time, Burkos went against his conscience and pushed the blame to Asclepiadax. This was also the scapegoat that the Turian citizens found after the disastrous defeat. When he saw the generals nodding in agreement, he couldn't help but feel disdain, but he still said seriously, I thought that if we could hire such an army, then not only would the danger facing the Turians be resolved, we would also be able to deal a huge blow to the Lacanians. Thus, I arranged for my men to be stationed in taverns and inns so that I could inquire about the whereabouts and movements of the Greek expeditionary army. Not long after, I learned that they had arrived at the city of Heraclea on the coast of the Aegean Sea. However, at the same time, I learned another piece of bad news. Sparta and Persia are about to go to war, and Sparta's general, Tiburon, was even appointed as the governor of Asia Minor and rushed to Miletus to recruit troops. I was afraid that the Greek expeditionary army would be recruited by Sparta, so I took a fast ship to Heraclea that very night and found them in Byzantium. However, most of the mercenaries were already tired of fighting and weren't willing to leave their hometowns and fight in the distant and unfamiliar Turi. Only the group, led by leader Davers, was tempted by the high pay I offered. After I agreed to some of their demands, they finally agreed to the mercenary group. Just as I led them out of Byzantium, we were intercepted by Sparta's fleet. It turned out that Sparta's governor of Asia Minor, Tiberon, had sent an emissary to recruit the entire Greek expeditionary army to fight for him. The Devers unit was the best of the expeditionary army, and several Persia generals had actually died at their hands. However, because I had signed a contract of employment in my hands and had the permission to recruit Sparta's emissary, as well as paid half a talent to Sparta's emissary, I was able to get the fleet to let them pass. Ladies and gentlemen, after Burkos accepted the mission we gave him, he went through many hardships and dangers, and even his life was in danger. However, he didn't feel fear, nor did he give up. Instead, he used his intelligence and tenacity to complete the recruitment. It should be said that he completed a recruitment mission that was beyond our expectations. Not only did he attract strong reinforcements for Turkestan, he also allowed us to understand Sparta's attitude towards Turkestan. We should thank him. All Turkestan's citizens should thank him. Faris said excitedly, and was the first to applaud. The other generals also followed suit, and the applause lasted for quite a while. Burkos didn't know what to say at this time. Cunagharata stepped forward and said with a sincere expression, "Burkos, you are Turkestan's hero. Please forgive me for what I said just now. I shouldn't have suspected you like that. It's just that Turkestan's financial problems have been giving us a headache recently. Are you willing to accept my apology?" Burkos nodded in acceptance. Then, Neonices also expressed his apologies. Another general, Ansitanos, said, "Shouldn't we pay a visit to the leader of the Greek mercenaries in Persia to show that Turkestan welcomes them?" Ansitanos, "I know that you want to learn more about Persia from them, so that you can complete the sequel to your teacher Herodotus' great history." Cunagharata said in a serious tone, "But now is not a good time. I admit that the force that Burkos mentioned is really powerful, but they are mercenaries after all, foreigners, and we represent Turkestan. Everyone should know that soldiers who are used to bloody killings, while intimidating the enemy, may also threaten themselves. Such examples are not rare. We can't pamper them and let them have unnecessary fantasies. Also, if we pay too much attention to them, what will the other mercenary group think? What will the reinforcements from Tarantula think? That's right, they're just free people. We paid them to fight for us." Neonices shouted. Cunagharata took the opportunity to continue and said, "Neonices is right. No matter how strong the mercenaries are, they are still mercenaries. We are the ones who pay. We are the employers. Everyone, don't get this relationship reversed." Although there were some differences with Cunagharata's governing philosophy, Felix had to nod and say, "Cunagharata is right. We will treat them as mercenaries. There is no need to pay too much attention to them." At this time, Neonices said, "Since we have strong reinforcements and the Lacanians are about to attack, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with them again?" Cunagharata immediately said, "The villages and farms outside the city have been renovated, and the wheat seeds have been sown. We must defeat the Lacanians before they destroy the citizens' property again." Chapter 72. The reason why Aeschylodoax failed was because he led his army to attack Laos. Because he was unfamiliar with the terrain, he was ambushed by the enemy on the mountain path, resulting in a crushing defeat. If it was on the plains of Turin, how could the poorly equipped and loosely organized Lacania Highlanders be a match for the Greek heavy infantry? Even if they were outnumbered, it wouldn't be a problem, Cunagharata retorted. "Felix, we can't afford to drag this war on. If we hide in the city and let the enemy trample on our farmlands and burn down our villages, fishing grounds, and mines, we have to hold a citizens' meeting every month to discuss whether to levy war taxes in order to pay the mercenary salaries and food. I don't think the citizens will agree to this." Neonices also stepped forward and said, "Of course the citizens won't agree. Felix, the citizens elected you as their chief general because they believe that you have the ability to quickly turn the situation around, drive the Lacanians away, and ensure the safety of Turin. Just like you did when you first came to power, you immediately sent Burkos out to recruit soldiers and sent messengers to Tarentum to ask for reinforcements. Now that reinforcements have arrived, You can no longer hesitate and watch as the citizens' properties are destroyed and the Turin's national treasury collapses. You have to make a decision as soon as possible and live up to the expectations of the citizens. Polixus, who had been silent all this while, also spoke. Borkos didn't expect Polixus to join in the urging of Felix. Just as he was getting anxious, Cunagurata saw him retreating to a corner and thought of something. He asked the guards to escort Borkos out of the city hall with the excuse that this is an important military meeting that involves the secrets of the state, and those who are not involved should leave. Borkos stood on the steps of the city hall in a daze for a while. From a rational point of view, he felt that he should trust Felix's judgment. After all, compared to the other generals who had lived for a long time and did not have any battle experience, Felix, who was over 60 years old, had participated in the war against Tarentum when he was young. He had served as a platoon leader and then a captain of the heavy infantry, so he had more combat experience. However, from a sentimental point of view, he also hoped to defeat the terrifying Lacanians as quickly as possible. Every Talii wanted these bandits to stay away from their land, and Divers' troops also gave him confidence. Under the influence of this contradictory mentality, he subconsciously walked towards the port. After walking for a while, he stopped. Although the generals in the city hall had accepted the agreement he had signed, he was afraid that he would be criticized for having frequent contact with the Devers team. He sighed and turned around to go home. Of course, the Devers didn't know about the dispute that had taken place in the Turii city hall. Even though he was surprised that Borkos, who had promised him that he would rush over after reporting the situation to the Turii generals, did not show up, his main focus was on the construction of the camp. In the past few days, all the soldiers worked hard together, and the Turii camp began to take shape. At this time, Borkos sent 4 horses over, saying that he could borrow them for his use. The Devers had already noticed that Borkos and the Turii officials were deliberately distancing themselves from each other, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, when they passed by many Greek cities along the coast of the Yoke Galaxy, they treated the mercenaries the same way. This was the mercenaries' helplessness. He asked Borkos' subordinates to convey his gratitude to Borkos, then asked Felicius to stay in the camp and handle military affairs. He brought assists, leads, and a trusted slave of Borkos to act as a guide to ride around Turii to understand the terrain. The flat and fertile plain of Sabari, called the Turi Plain by some of the Turi people, is already in the spring of April, and the grass is green and the birds are in the air. Divers and his men were in a good mood as they galloped on their horses. What they saw were green farmlands and canals, as well as hard-working slaves and farmers. The wide dirt road was muddy due to the frequent spring rain, and from time to time, they could see the slaves of the caravan pushing the wagons that were stuck in the mud with all their might. A thought flashed through the Devers' mind. This was a common sight in the Greek cities of the Yoke Galaxy. The Greeks, who were good at business, didn't have much interest in building roads that could facilitate the flow of trade. Their energy seemed to be invested in maritime trade and ships. However, the people of Rome, who rose up after them, created the most complicated and advanced Mediterranean road network of this era. After traveling along the Crati River for about 20 kilometers to the west, they saw a large city standing on the north bank of the river. At this time, the guide said, "That's Turii." When choosing the location to build the city, the people of Athens found that the confluence of the Crati River and the Kosini River was a good place to build a city. Because the river here is wide and the water is gentle, they can build a dock and accommodate enough merchant ships. When they were preparing to build the city, they found a large natural fountain here. The locals called it the Turi, so they called the city Turii. What an interesting story. The Devers replied perfunctorily and looked up. Because there were too many ships in the Crati River, they couldn't even see the other side clearly. It's better to rebuild it in the old city of Sybaris. Wouldn't it be better to build a port directly by the sea? Assis said, puzzled. The Devers had already understood this from Buckos, so he didn't want to say more. He pointed to the front and said, "Let's go around the city." Because Turii was built at the confluence of the 2 rivers, it was divided into 3 parts by the river: the south, the north, and the delta at the confluence of the 2 rivers. The main part of the city was in the north. Devers and his group walked along the moat outside the walls of Turiai for about a kilometer and finally reached the bank of the Kosini River. In their eyes, the walls of Turiai were built with large blocks of rock, and the gaps between the rocks were tightly connected. The walls were at least 10 meters high, and there was a 5-meter wide moat 20 meters outside the walls. It was connected to the Krati River, so it must be very deep. All of this was enough to give any besiegers a headache. The 3 or 4 patrolling teams of sentries on the walls made them feel the approaching of war. The young assists even jokingly waved at the sentries. As they walked along the north bank of the Kosini River, they soon saw the pontoon bridge over the river. The Devers noticed that the delta between the 2 rivers was not flat, but hilly. According to the guide, the uneven and undulating hills actually prevented the river from swelling in spring, turning the land between the 2 rivers into a swamp. After walking for about 20 kilometers, the terrain gradually rose, and the ground began to change from pure mud to sand. Fortunately, the riverbank was still relatively flat. Daves and the others continued walking for a few more miles. The upper reaches of the Kosini River turned from the north to the northwest, while a river rushed down from the north and joined the Kosini River here. This is the Tino River, a tributary of the Kosini River. It's a river that the Turiai hate, the guide said. Why? The assists asked curiously. Because there are many hot springs upstream, the guide gave an irrelevant answer. Hot springs. The Devers became interested when they heard that. They quickened their pace, but when they reached the place, they were all dumbfounded. The Tino River had become a small river a few meters wide. On the south bank of the river, there were indeed small hot pools, but countless small streams flowed out from the cracks in the rocks at the foot of the mountain, turning this area of rock and grass into a swamp. In spring, because the snow on the mountains melts, it turns into small streams and hot springs, and finally flows into the Tinuo River. If it's a rainy season, the Tinuo River will surge and overflow the riverbank, flowing back into the hot spring swamp on the south bank and the north bank. The guide pointed ahead. The big riverbank. Chapter 73. The group descended the gentle slope and walked into the riverbank. It was much easier to walk here than before. The ground was soft and the road surface was flat, almost level with the river. You just said that the tourists hate this hot spring swamp. Why? The assist still could not forget the previous question. The guide glanced at him and said, "This swamp has hot springs, and the water temperature is very suitable all year round. Therefore, there are a lot of mosquitoes, and they bite very badly. The tourists are almost unwilling to come here." The assist widened his eyes and looked at the opposite bank. The mist greatly obstructed his vision, adding a bit of mystery to the swamp. The Devers did not say a word. He stared at the riverbank, the Tino River, and the hot spring swamp on the other side, thinking about something. After walking for about half a mile, they reached the end of the riverbank. They had to dismount and walk up the gentle slope because the mud was too slippery for them to ride. After going up the gentle slope and leaving the riverbank, it was a completely uphill road. There were fewer and fewer farmlands, but the trees were more and more dense until there was no trace of human buildings. At this time, the Devers and the others had reached an open area on the hillside, but the guide refused to go forward. Beyond the ridge in front is the Licaria's camp. It's too dangerous. The Devers and the others tried their best to persuade the guide to take them to a distance to have a look. Standing on the top of the hill, against the cold mountain wind, they looked forward. There was a higher hill in front of them. It should have been a green scene, but a large number of trees had been cut down and a large area was cleared. Countless tents were densely packed on it, and from a distance, the Lucaria looked as small as ants. Wow, there are quite a lot of people. The assists, who had seen thousands of Persia's army, could not help but say. The Devers did not say anything. After carefully observing for a while, he pointed to somewhere in front and asked, "What is that place?" The pale guide looked around blankly and asked, "Where?" "On the right side of the hill. It seems like there are Lucanian troops coming out from there from time to time." The Devers pulled the guide over and pointed to the front again. The guide's eyes widened. After confirming it carefully, he said, "Oh, that's the Valley Pass." There's a passable mountain path that leads to the Lucanian territory. How long is the trail? The Devers continued to ask. I haven't been there. I heard that it's more than 40 li. It doesn't sound too far, but the mountain road is hard to walk. It might take 1 or 2 days to walk. Oh, that's right. The tourist army was ambushed and defeated on this mountain path, the guide said with a fearful expression. The Devers gazed at the unbroken chain of mountains behind the hill, lost in thought. The tourists should build a fortress here. The Lucanians won't be able to break in so easily, Led said. The tourists originally had a camp here, but nothing major had happened for decades. Coupled with the poor conditions here, not many citizens were willing to be stationed here. I didn't expect the Lucanians to suddenly launch a large-scale attack. In the end, the guide said dejectedly, if the tourists could defend this place, we would have nothing to do with it, the Devers said faintly. From the fact that the mountains are almost undeveloped, it's obvious that the tourists don't care about this place at all. It would be strange if they could defend it, the Devers said faintly. This was a common problem of the Greeks, a nation that loved to sail and trade. They had no interest in the mountains at all. Under the constant urging of the guide, the group embarked on their return journey. Seeing that the Devers and the others were relaxed, the slave, who was regarded as Bucko's confidant, heard from his master that the people around him were experienced warriors, so he could not help but ask, Chief Devers, do you think we can defeat these Lucanians? We won't know until we fight, the Devers said faintly. This time, they went east along the right edge of the Sabari plain. This side was also surrounded by endless forests. Cheerful streams accompanied them all the way east and finally converged into a river. When the Devers rode along the south bank of the river and saw the soldiers chopping down trees on the other side, he remembered that this was the river that Felicius mentioned. The guide called it the Sabari River. Seeing that it was already dusk, the Devers gave up on the plan to continue exploring north. He dismounted and crossed the river. Together with the soldiers, they flattened the tree trunks and carried the logs back to camp. After dinner, after listening to the reports from Felicius and the other team officers and confirming that the mercenaries were operating well, the Devers sent them away. He calmed down and used a branch to sketch out the terrain that they had scouted during the day on ground. After repeatedly revising it until he was satisfied, he stared at it for a long time and firmly remembered the combination of the pattern and the scene. Of course, this was only a sketch. Next, he would need to send scouts to further improve it. For example, the approximate area of the Sabari Plain, the width and depth of the Krati River, the area of the riverbank, and so on. Intelligence work was the most important in a war, and terrain reconnaissance was the most important of all intelligence work. More than half a year of fighting had taught Divers a lot. Combined with the knowledge from his previous life, he had always believed that being a famous general required 99% perspiration and 1% talent. There had never been a general who could control the troops and win the war by sitting high up in the court. Therefore, he had been working tirelessly to become a famous general. The next day, under the guide, the Devers and the group continued exploring north. After crossing the Sabari River, there was about 10 miles of land between the forest and the bay. The land in between was even flatter, and it was still a part of the Sabari Plain. The Turii did not plant wheat here, but instead planted olive trees and opened up vineyards. According to the guide, the wine produced here was famous throughout Greater Greece. This made the Devers think of the luxurious wine baths of the ancient Sabari people in his previous life. It was probably from the wine here. However, at this time, the vineyards were overgrown with weeds, and no one took care of them. That's because from time to time, the Lucarians from Amandalra wander around the area. The people are afraid and don't dare to come here. The guide explained. The Turii should send troops to protect their citizens. Assis said disdainfully. After the last failure, the Turii might not have enough troops. Protecting the city of Turii is their priority, Devers said. Chief Devers is right. The guide took the opportunity to escape from the awkward situation. Didn't you say that there aren't many Lucanians in Amandalra? We can provide protection for the Turii here, but of course, we have to pay some protection fees, Assis said jokingly. Yasi, in the future, You will also have to lead an army to fight alone. You have to remember one thing. Don't scatter your troops easily. Devers said seriously. Our main task now is to help the Turii defeat the Lacanians' army. Let's ignore everything else for now. As long as we win, Amendolara won't be a problem at all. Assists and Leds listened attentively and kept nodding. The group continued to move forward until a river blocked their way. This is the Saraceno River, the border river between Turii and Amendolara, the guide said. So, it's Amendolara's territory after this. Devers pointed in front of them. Yes, we might encounter the Lacanians at any time. Let's go back now, the guide said with a fearful expression. Devers, on the other hand, was obviously interested. Can we walk across this river? Before the guide could answer, Assists, who could no longer hold back, had already leaped into the river. The river was more than 10 meters wide, and they reached the other side in an instant. The water is only up to our thighs. Assist stood in front of the horse and gestured. Leds, Felicius left 100 soldiers at the logging site as a precaution. Go get them. We'll cross the river and have a look, Devers immediately ordered. Yes. Leds ran back excitedly. The guide could only wait helplessly. 10 minutes later, Leds hurried over with more than 100 fully armed soldiers. The soldiers were panting, but they were also excited. Seeing them, Devers was even bolder. Let's cross the river. Chapter 74. After crossing the Saraceno River, the Devers clearly felt that the terrain was rising. The mountains and the coast were parallel to the north, but the distance between them had shortened a lot. The narrow space increased the Devers' safety, but he didn't let his guard down. He let Assists and Leds serve as scouts on the left wing of the team, paying close attention to the situation in the mountains to prevent the enemy from making a detour and cutting off their retreat. For the rest of the journey, the Devers didn't see a coast with a soft beach. Instead, they saw steep cliffs and rugged reefs. The sea beat rhythmically on the coast, and the sound was quite shocking. It seemed that a Mendeler couldn't have a port. The Devers thought, feeling a sense of loss rising from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the guide shouted, "Look, that's a Mendeler." Following the direction of his finger, a city in the distance appeared and disappeared. The Devers' spirits rose. He squeezed his horse's abdomen and rushed forward for a while. The soldiers behind him quickly caught up. Now he could see clearly that a Mendeler was actually a mountain city, which didn't conform to the Greek tradition. It was built on a mountain and didn't look low. It faced the east, overlooking the Taranto Bay. The morning mist in the mountains surrounded it, making it look indistinct. In order to see it more clearly, the Devers continued forward. The guide followed nervously because they were less than a mile away from the city of Amendeler. Although they hadn't seen the Lacanians before, it didn't mean that the Lacanians wouldn't come out to welcome them when they reached their doorstep. At this time, another river blocked the way. The river was less than 10 meters wide, and the bottom could be seen clearly in the clear water. There was no problem at all walking. This is the Cisno River. Not far to the north, there's another river called the Burano River. Amendeler is between the two rivers. Let's stop here. We can't cross the river anymore, the guide begged. The Devers couldn't help but sigh. The Apennine Peninsula was so rich in water. No wonder the citizens of Greece lived a better life than the natives. The snow in the Apennines melted and eventually formed rivers. The rivers washed the soil and stones from the mountains to the lowlands. Year after year, how could the land not be fertile? Compared to the sand and stones of Greece, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was just that the plains were too small. During the war, the mountain city was generally easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it needed to solve two problems, food and water. Since Amendeler is surrounded by rivers, water should not be a problem. The Devers pondered as they observed the nearby city of Amendeler. The city did not look big. It was at least 100 meters from the ground, but the slope was gentle, and there was a stone wall surrounding the city. The guide saw that the Devers did not cross the river, nor did they walk away. They just stood by the river and kept looking at Amendolara. He could not help but feel anxious and wanted to urge them again. Devers asked, "What is the relationship between Amendola and Turii? Is it a city built by immigrants from Turii?" This guide wasn't an ordinary slave. As a slave, he had been accompanying Burkos to study and play with him since he was young. When he grew up, he even followed Burkos to the north and south to do business. As an important assistant of Burkos, he could be considered to have seen a lot of things. The reason why Burkos sent him as a guide was because he felt guilty for going against his promise. Thus, he pondered for a moment before answering Diver's question. It's said that Amendolara was built by the natives of this region a long time ago. Later on, the Gobaris occupied it. After Crotone destroyed Gobaris, they didn't conquer it. After Talii was established, it took the initiative to form an alliance with Talii and even resisted the attack of Tarantum from the north together with Talii. Alliance? Looking at the small city of Amendolar and then thinking about the size of the city of Turii, it was obvious that the two were not of the same size. It would be difficult for them to talk on equal terms. It was probably just an alliance in name, but a vassal in reality. However, it was fine as long as it was not a colony city of Turii. The Devers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had been in this era for more than half a year, and he had deliberately learned a lot about the actual situation of the Greek city-states. He had completely reversed the concept that a city-state was just a city in his previous life. After the Greeks built a city, they would try their best to expand outwards. They would build villages and towns and bring the surrounding land under their control. When a land was beyond the direct control of the city due to distance, they would build a colony city or attack another city. On one hand, they could maintain the momentum of expansion, and on the other hand, they could provide protection around the main city. In the beginning, these colony cities listened to the orders of the mother city. After all, the citizens of the colony city had migrated from the mother city, and even a consul might be appointed by the mother city. As time passed, the Greeks' love for independence and freedom came into play. Coupled with the fact that the Greek city-state was a closed political management model, it naturally refused to be unified. Hence, they became independent one after another. However, due to the proximity of geography and blood, as long as the mother city maintained the advantage of strength and did not bully these neighbors too much, they would form a natural alliance with the mother city. However, if the colony city and the mother city were separated by the ocean or too far away, after a few decades, due to the estrangement of the relationship, it was very likely that the colony city and the mother city would become two different city-states. It was even possible that they would become enemies with each other, like Corinth and Kokira. Obviously, Amendolara was a colony city of Sabaris, and to the Turii, it was just a subsidiary, so the land here did not belong to the Turii. The Devers thought to himself and asked, how did the Lacanians attack this city? I'm not too sure about that. It seems like only a few of the Amendolar citizens escaped. At that time, Talii was grieving over the defeat of his army and the death of countless citizens. He was also busy defending against the Lacanians and did not respond to the Amendolar citizens' cries for help. No one knows where they went after that. After that, we don't know where they went. The guide said carelessly, but the Devers kept it in mind. At this time, the assist shouted, "Chief, someone is coming out of the city." Vespa, the chief of the Lacanians in Amendolara, had been a little annoyed recently because the city of Gramentum had sent an envoy, asking him to lead his tribe to participate in the Lacanian Tribal Alliance's second attack on the Turii. Vespa's tribe originally lived in the upper reaches of the Agri River, southeast of Gramentum. There were many tribes living there, and Vespa's tribe was one of the larger ones. They lived by grazing and simple farming. For decades, they lived in peace with the surrounding tribes. But 2 years ago, after the marriage alliance between Gramentum and Picosis, the already powerful Gramentum became even more powerful. They no longer cared about the checks and balances of Potentia, which was equally powerful in the northwest, and began to expand without restraint, attacking and annexing the settlements and strongholds of the surrounding small tribes. Under the pressure of the Gramentum's army, Vespa's tribe was unwilling to be annexed, so they could only flee to the southeast and hide in the forest at the junction of the western mountains of Amendolara and Heraclea. Suffering from hunger and disease, many of his tribesmen died, including Vespa's 2 sons. Just when Vespa was about to surrender to the Gramentum in order to survive, he heard a piece of news. Since the expansion of the Gramentum, its population and military power had increased greatly, but at the same time, it brought about a problem: food. Originally, the Lacanians did not produce much food, so they relied more on grazing, and grazing also depended on the weather. The winter of the previous year was much colder than the previous year, and a large number of livestock froze to death, making food a big problem for the Gramentum to maintain its hegemony in southern Lucania. So, last winter, the Gramentum joined forces with Picassus and led an army to fight against Nudum, who recognized the Gramentum's position as the leader. Laos met up with the troops in the tribal city and prepared to attack the Turii. Wei Siba began to think. He wanted to fish in troubled waters while the two sides were fighting, so that his tribe could escape the danger of being destroyed. So he mobilized the whole tribe to build rafts, stock up on food, and prepare to plunder east. Just then, he heard a piece of good news. The Turii sent an army of 10,000 to attack Laos, but they were all wiped out. Vespa was overjoyed, thinking that the opportunity had come. He immediately ordered the whole tribe to build rafts, go downstream, cross the dangerous shoals, and finally enter the territory of Amendora. Note: Gramentum Picassus, Pixis Nudum, Nerulum Laos. Chapter 75. Originally, he only planned to loot between Amendora and Turii when the opportunity arose. However, the scouts reported that the people of Amendora were carrying a lot of supplies and were preparing to leave the city. How could Vespa and his tribesmen let go of such a good opportunity? They immediately chased after them, slaughtered them, and took the opportunity to occupy Amendora. To Vespa, this was a blessing from the god of Mount Asinu. The tribe won easily. Not only did they seize a lot of supplies, but they also occupied a city, a mountain city that the Lacanians liked to live in. At the same time, they also had a large number of slaves. However, he soon realized that it was quite difficult for his tribe to occupy a city with only 1,000 warriors. First, he had to allocate a few hundred warriors to watch over the thousands of captives, and then he had to guard against the Turii taking back Amendora. The most troublesome thing was the Gramentum. After all, Vespa's tribe was unwilling to accept the annexation of the Gramentum. Now that the Lacanians had won a bloody battle with the Turii, they had effortlessly obtained the victory that should have belonged to the Gramentum. How could the vengeful leader of the Gramentum, Asapurus, spare them? However, how could Vespa, who had tasted the hardships of being a vagabond, give up on Amendora and escape back to the mountains? How could he and his clansmen give up on the comfort that they had obtained with great difficulty? Just as he was hesitating, a few days later, a piece of good news arrived. The Lacanians who were preparing to besiege the city of Turii were forced to retreat due to the outbreak of plague. Vespa was overjoyed and repeatedly praised the god of Mount Asinu. In the following months, the Turii did not send troops to recapture Amendora because their strength had been greatly reduced. It was rare for Vespa to lead his tribesmen to live a peaceful life for a period of time. In the spring of this year, an envoy from the Gramentum crossed the mountains and came to Amendora with an order from Asapurus. He was forcefully ordered to join the Lacanians and prepare for the second attack on the Turii. Vespa agreed, but he sneered in his heart because the messenger did not mention anything about the ownership of Amendala city after the war. He finally understood that if he wanted to keep the city of Amendora, he could only hope that the Lacanian alliance and the tourists would both suffer heavy losses. Only then would his tribe have a chance to survive and have time to slowly use and integrate the power of Amendora to restore the vitality of his tribe. Therefore, when he learned that mercenaries were constantly coming to Turii territory, he did not feel worried. Instead, he was happy. He restrained his clansmen from leaving the city as little as possible so as not to provoke the tourists. Instead, he allowed the Greeks to focus on preparing for war. Today, our spies reported that a Greek army of about 100 men had invaded the territory of Amendola. He was a little surprised. This was the first time since the war last year that the Greek army had appeared in Amendola, Were they here to attack the city? Why are there only 100 people? Could it be the vanguard? Did the tourists disregard the threat of the Lacanian Alliance's army and want to solve their worries first? Based on his careful observation over the past few months, this did not seem to be the way the Turii people would do it. With many questions in his mind, Wespa stepped onto the city wall and looked down the mountain. There were more than 100 Greek soldiers standing alone beside the Cislino River. They did not move for a long time, and there was no movement behind them either. They were here to investigate the situation. Wespa was certain. So, he decided to show his strength to dispel the Greeks' illusions. He asked his son Bagul to lead 1,000 soldiers out of the city, leaving only 100 soldiers to guard the captives in the city. Bagul led the Lacanian soldiers out of the city in a menacing manner. The assist could not help but shout, "Chief, look at their weapons. Armor, shields, and spears. All of them were the attire of the Greek heavy infantry." No wonder the assist was surprised. He thought that Amendola had been taken back by a Greek army. The Devers looked carefully and smiled. The Lacanians must have stolen the weapons of the citizens of Amendola and equipped themselves. Unfortunately, they are just like the real heavy infantry. They are still far from the real heavy infantry. Indeed, the Greek heavy infantry formation was tight. Before the battle began, they advanced slowly and could basically maintain a straight line. Looking at the Lacanian soldiers on the opposite side, their formation was not only loose, but also uneven. When the guide saw the Lacanian soldiers leaving the city, he was extremely nervous. Seeing that the Devers were still in the mood to joke, he almost cursed it out loud. At this moment, the Devers said, "Retreat, go back." The guide felt as if he had been pardoned and turned his horse to run. The soldiers turned back in unison and began to jog. The Devers reined in his horse until the soldiers left him behind. Only then did he assist and let's turn their horses and move slowly. This made the guide feel a little awkward. The Greeks retreated slowly, and the Lacanians chased slowly. Both sides maintained a certain distance. It was not until the Devers and the others crossed the Saraceno River that the Lacanians stopped at the north bank. 1,000 people. The Devers asked thoughtfully, "Yassi, do you think the Lacanians and Amendola want to fight us or not?" "Of course not. You can tell from their pursuit," the assist said without hesitation. "I heard from Bukos that there are not many Lacanians in Amendola. How many are there exactly?" The Devers asked the guide. "There is such a saying in Turii, but no one seems to know how many Lacanians there are in Amendola." The guide was a little confused. The Devers smiled mysteriously and changed the topic. "What is north of Amendola?" Back in Turii land, the guide was much more relaxed. 20 miles north is the Sini River, and further north is the Agri River. On the other side is the city of Heraclea. There is the Ceres Plain, which is also a fertile land. A few decades ago, Turii and Tarentum fought over that land. Who won? The assists asked curiously. We Turii won twice, but Tarentum is a powerful city-state in Greece. They kept sending troops over, and the war lasted for a long time. In the end, both sides signed an agreement and jointly built the city of Heraclea, the guide said with a little pride. "Oh, I didn't expect Turii to be so powerful in the past," the assist said casually. "That's because Turii had General Cleandridas. He was from Sparta," the guide said respectfully. Then he thought of something and curled his lips unwillingly. Even though Turii lost to the Lacanians, it was because they ambushed the Turii. If it was a head-on battle, they wouldn't be a match for the Turii. The assist wanted to argue, but the Devers stopped him. "Let's hurry to the south of Turii while it's still early." The guide did not understand why the young mercenary leader was running around tirelessly all day long. It was understandable if there were Lacanians in the west and north, but there were no enemies in the south. However, this also made him feel at ease. These mercenaries were too bold, causing him to tremble with fear. He was afraid that an accident would happen. The Devers and the group crossed the pontoon bridge not far from the west of Turii and arrived at the delta between the two rivers. Here, they saw one after another carrying carts moving back and forth on a road leading to the west. The guide told them that the carts were transporting copper, ores, and stones to Turii. Due to the recent war, the city was in urgent need of stones and bronze wares. There are Turii copper and stone mines in the west. The Devers blinked as they looked at the uneven dirt road that passed through the hilly terrain. Yes, the Cosini River is in the way, so the Lucanians won't be able to cross. The guide, who was usually talkative, did not want to say more. He ended the conversation in a hurry and brought them to the pontoon bridge over the Crati River. The Crati River was at least 50 meters long, and because it was spring, the current was strong, so the pontoon bridge swung back and forth. The Devers were worried that the horses would startle and fall into the water, so they had to walk with their horses. After crossing the Crati River, they stepped onto land that was still part of the Sabari Plain. It was a green and flat corridor between the mountains and the coast, and it was obviously much wider than the corridor by the sea in Amendola. Here, they could see more Turii working in the fields. It was obvious that this was the only safe place for the Turii. About 10 miles to the south, the corridor suddenly narrowed because there was a large stretch of beach on the side of the sea. The guide stopped his horse and said, "In front of us is the territory of Castellan. Do you still want to see it?" Note, Castellan Castiglione. Chapter 76. Is Castellan a big city? The assists asked curiously. The guide shook his head and said, "It's a small city built by the people of Sabaris. It's independent now." Upon hearing this, the Devers looked to the south and sighed. Back then, Sabari's sphere of influence extended as far north as Amandera and as far south as Castellan. Such a powerful city was destroyed by Crotone, which was weaker than it. As the saying went, life in hardship, death in ease. After a long time, the Devers said, "Let's go back." After the guide left, the Devers asked the assists and leads, "Have you seen what a hound looks like when it encounters a bear?" The two shook their heads. There were no bears in Greece. They only learned that there were such strong land animals in the world when they arrived at Dukia Mountain. The fur on its body will stand up, and it will show its sharp teeth. It will roar at the bear and pounce. It knows that it can't defeat the bear, so it just wants to show the bear that it's not to be trifled with. The Devers had seen it in an online video in his previous life, so it was meaningful to say it out loud. The assists were young, after all. Combining what he had seen today, he quickly responded, "Chief, are you talking about the Lucanians of Amandera?" The Lucanians of Amandera are trying to scare us away, but they have exposed their thoughts and strength instead. I estimate that there are only about 1,000 warriors in the city. The Devers said confidently. Led's finally understood. He said excitedly, Chief, are you going to lead us to attack Amandera?" The assist's eyes widened. After all, they had attended a secret military conference before they came to Greece. They knew the real purpose of the mercenaries. "Brothers, before we carry out any plan, we must keep it to ourselves. Don't say a word. Otherwise, if the soldiers find out and accidentally spread the news, the Turians will stop us, the Lucanians will strengthen their defenses, and other forces will ruin our plan because they will not want a foreign group to take root here." "That's right," Soren said. "Do you understand?" The Devers warned solemnly. "Understood." The two of them nodded repeatedly. "I've decided to cover my mouth when I sleep," Assist joked. Looking at the excited faces of the two, Devers said seriously, "Now, I have a mission for you two. Leads. Here, lead your men to monitor the Lucania camp in the west and Amendola city in the north. Report to me once a day. At the same time, try your best to understand the defenses of Amendola. The more detailed, the better, but don't let the Lucanians in the city notice. Can you do that?" "Yes." Leads gave a powerful military salute. Assists. "Yes." Secretly look for the citizens of Amendola who escaped. Once you find them, try your best to bring them to our camp. Don't let the tourists know. "Understood." Buckos listened carefully to the guide's description of the 2 days he spent with the Devers. He was surprised by how seriously the Devers investigated the surroundings of tourists. For what he remembered, even Creandridas of Sparta, whom the tourists regarded as a famous general, did not investigate personally like the Devers, or even face the enemy alone. He could not help but ask, Morris, what do you think of the Devers? Morris thought for a moment and said, Master, the leader of the Devers is very kind. As an Egyptian slave, even though Burkos regarded him as a confidant, in the eyes of the other citizens of Turi, it was obvious that they despised him. However, he did not feel any of this from Divers. On the contrary, Divers spoke to him as an equal from beginning to end, never bossing him around. Burkos nodded. He thought so too. Although the Devers were mercenaries, they were very cultured people. What else? He asked again. Well, he's always thinking about questions. I can't see through him when he asks questions. He's a little mysterious, Morris continued. Strange, Burkos had the same feeling before. He thought he was overthinking. After all, the Devers were not even 20 years old. Could this be the aura of a blessed? He could not help but laugh. He did not really believe this rumor that had been circulating among the mercenaries. And he's very brave. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the Lacanians at all. Morris said, he's someone who has seen great battles. Besides, charging at the front in battle and defending the rear when retreating is the performance of a famous general. That's what Chris Andridas did in the past. But the Devers are only 19 years old. Burkos said with a sigh. He thought of Urchita, who he had visited with Felice in the morning. This young noble from Tarentum was also very young. When he first saw him, he was lying on the ground, trying to calculate something. The rumor that he was the most talented member of the Pythagorean school of thought might be true. Not only did this young noble from across the bay not put on any airs, but he was also gentle and polite. He even sincerely expressed that he was willing to do his best to help the tourists defeat the Lacanians. This promise of Urchita's was very precious. Before he came to Tali, he had already led troops on several expeditions to repel the ferocious Masapi who had invaded Tarentum's territory. Although he was not very talkative, it could be seen that the Tarentum soldiers treated this young commander with sincere respect. It was very similar to the mercenaries' attitude towards the Devers. These were two young men with extraordinary talents. Why didn't Turris have them? Thinking of Chris Andridas' son, Asilidoax, Burkos suddenly thought while feeling disappointed. Could he discuss with Felice to let the Devers become citizens of Turris? A few days later, the mercenary camp was built, and the soldiers could finally rest well. Adrian and Sesta also took the opportunity to visit the Devers. The Devers received them very warmly, and both sides had a pleasant conversation. The little conflict that had happened previously had long been forgotten. Just as the Devers said, the two mercenaries were in the same boat. Only by working together and cooperating fully could they complete the mission and live to get paid. In fact, long before the leaders of both sides met, the soldiers of both sides had already begun to get close. On one hand, Adrianx's mercenaries were full of curiosity about the rumored Greek expeditionary army. On the other hand, both sides were mostly from the Ionian region and could be considered as fellow countrymen. Especially in this unfamiliar place, they felt more at home. So in the end, it became Adrianx's soldiers and the Devers' soldiers building the camp together, and at the same time listening to the stories of the expeditionary army. The leaders of both sides did not stop them. Instead, they were happy to see it happen. The Devers also reached an agreement with Adrianx's group to build a tunnel to connect the camps of both sides, and if one side was in trouble, the other side should provide help. In fact, both sides understood that compared to the experienced expeditionary army, there were more opportunities for problems to arise with the recruits under Adriani's command. However, Divers didn't hesitate to agree. As a result, when he sent the two leaders out of the camp, Adriantes and Sesta repeatedly bowed to him with gratitude and a little bit of respect. Look, that is our leader, the Devers favored. A soldier pointed at the Devers not far away and said proudly, "He is the Devers? So young?" Another soldier from Adrianx's camp was a little confused. So what if he is young? Several generals of Persia have died in his hands. When he charges, he is like a lion. Even Sparta is afraid of him. Can't you see how respectful your leader is to the Devers? The soldier said proudly. At this time, another soldier interrupted, and the leader of the Devers is very good to us soldiers. Even if you are seriously injured, he will not abandon you. I was once shot by a Persia arrow, and my whole body was burning. I thought I was going to die, but the leader of the Devers saved me from hell. As he spoke, he even lifted his shirt to show the wound, as if it was not a scar but a medal. Chapter 77. At night, Kristoya came to the Devers' tent and heard about what had happened during the day. With her understanding of the Devers, she asked, "You want to take over those mercenaries?" "I really want to help them," the Devers said seriously. "Really?" Kristoya smiled coquettishly, her full breast pressing against the Devers' strong chest. She raised her head, revealing her sexy red lips. "Really?" The Devers lowered his head and suddenly pressed his lips against hers, sucking hard. This kiss ignited the flames of desire on both sides. The Devers reached out and picked up Kristoya. At this time, Marcius's voice came from outside the tent. "Chief, Mercies and Marigi want to see you." The Devers cursed in a low voice and was about to say, "I won't see them." Kristoya laughed and punched him. It must be something important to make Mercies and Marigi, two people who have some conflicts, come to see you together. The Devers knew that she was right. He put down Kristoya helplessly and kissed her twice, unwillingly. Kristoya pushed him away. Mercies and Marigi entered the tent one after the other. They didn't care at all when they saw Kristoya in the tent. The intimate relationship between the Devers and Kristoya was already an open secret in the army. Then, they explained their purpose of coming to the Devers. It turned out that while the soldiers were building the camp, Mercies and the others hadn't been idle. No, it should be said that the tourists hadn't been idle. Although the tourists forbade mercenaries from entering the city, the Greeks were known for being good at business. As soon as they heard that mercenaries were coming, merchants and peddlers ran to the old city of Sybaris to see if there were any business opportunities. Besides the food provided by the tourists, the mercenaries naturally needed other daily necessities. So the two sides hit it off. At the beginning, the trade was only one way. The tourists were the sellers, and the mercenaries were the buyers. However, he soon discovered that the tourist merchants were very interested in certain things in the supply camp. When the mercenaries were on their way back, they didn't just rob women and slaves. They also robbed a lot of gold, silver, and some works of art. For example, strange spicewood carvings, exquisite gold statues, exotic ivory carvings, and so on. They were going to bring them home in the future. They could be used as decorations, souvenirs, and evidence to brag about. Although they lost a lot of them because of the constant battles along the way, they still kept some. For the Turii merchants who were thousands of miles away from Persia, these objects from the hinterland of Persia and some unknown races were very exotic and novel to them. They immediately realized that these things were very valuable and expressed their desire to buy them. Marcius was not a fool. Of course, he would not sell it cheaply. Moreover, some of the items did not belong to him. They were left by the soldiers in the supply camp. He thought about it and decided to look for Marigi first. This was because only Marigi, who was also from Persia, could explain their origins, cultural meaning, and value. Marigi gave him a suggestion. Why not set up a market, managed by the mercenaries, and trade with the Greeks? They might even be able to collect taxes. Collect taxes on the land of another country. Marcius felt that this idea was too crazy, but he could not resist the temptation of money. So, he decided to look for the Devers with Marigi. Set up a market? The Devers felt that this was a good idea. Not only could it satisfy the needs of the mercenaries, but it could also be a place to expand the mercenaries' influence. They could also understand the market of Greece and train the mercenaries' business team. At the same time, they could gather intelligence, search for talents, and so on. From the perspective of the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers, who had the goal of taking root in Greece, naturally thought more comprehensively and deeply than Marcius and the others. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was wonderful. He immediately nodded and said, "We can set up a market. Tomorrow, I will ask the soldiers to set up a market between the east side of the camp and the coast. Marigi will be in charge of the construction of the market, but we don't have much time. Don't build it too complicated, as long as it can be used." After it is completed, you will be in charge of its management and operation. Marigi. When the Devers said this, Marigi looked excited. The Devers reminded him, "My request is that the market can be simple and crude, but it must be orderly and ensure that transactions are fair. It must also be clean and expand a reputation of the market as much as possible to attract more merchants from other cities to trade here. As for collecting taxes, don't even think about it. I don't want to make the tourists unhappy. However, you can think of other ways, such as getting slaves to help move goods, providing cheap water, and so on. You can even collect shop fees when the market is prosperous in the future." Marigi nodded and praised sincerely. "Leader, I didn't expect your wisdom in business to be so amazing." The Devers smiled. These ideas were already common in the industrial era. However, ever since he gave Marigi a promise, this guy got into the zone very quickly. Did he really want to be a commercial officer? The Devers turned to the slightly depressed Mercies. "As for the transactions between us and the Greeks, I will leave it to you, Mercies." All right. Mercies was happy again. "Don't touch the things that the soldiers have left in the supply camp, unless they are willing to sell it. You have to sign an agreement with them. Other than a small handling fee, you have to negotiate with the owner, but it's best that it doesn't exceed 1/50th of the goods sold. Return the rest to the owner. Don't hide or embezzle. Marigi, you are in charge of supervising." The Devers sternly instructed Mercies. "Devers, you are too biased. 1/50th is too little. It should be at least 1/20th. It's not easy for us to sell things. We have to stand under the sun for half a day. How much effort does it take?" Mercies grumbled. 1/20th is too much. It should not exceed 1/35. It's settled then. The Devers couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. Instead of earning money from the soldiers, you might as well think of a way to increase your trade projects and expand your source of income. Hearing this, Mercies fell into deep thought. Very soon, a smile appeared on his fat face. The women in the supply camp come from some races in Persia and Armenia, and many of them have learned the massage techniques of the medical camp. It is definitely a new experience for the men of Greece. We can set a high price. Mercy's excited voice was interrupted by Kristoya's coughing. Discussing sex business in front of a woman, this guy? The Devers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I can give you an idea. The medical skills of our medical camp's doctors are very high. Also, there aren't any major injuries in the military camp, and we have nothing to do anyway. Why don't we let them open a clinic in the market and collect money to treat patients? You can discuss the details with Kristoya." Originally, there were 8 doctors in the medical camp. When they left Byzantium, 2 of them left, while the other 6 doctors, led by help, stayed in the medical camp under the strong attraction of the so-called mystical medical knowledge from Hades that the Devers taught them from time to time. It was actually the basic medical knowledge from the modern world. Hearing Kristoya's name, Mercies, whose eyes were originally shining, had a bitter expression on his face. Kristoya didn't make things difficult for Mercies. This fatty looked easy to bully, but Kristoya knew how important he was to the Devers, so she seriously discussed with him about opening a clinic and how to distribute the fees. However, she made a request. She hoped that Mercies wouldn't force the women in the supply camp to be prostitutes. Mercies felt wronged and said, "Most of the women in the supply camp were kidnapped by the soldiers on their way back to Greece. A small portion of them are slaves in the supply camp, and they need to take care of the beasts of burden and manage the goods. Only about a dozen of them are real prostitutes, and they're used to using this method to earn money." "I'm afraid it's not just these prostitutes," Marigi interrupted. Chapter 78. "Shut up, Persia. I never mistreated your wife and children when they were in the supply camp," Mercies said angrily. "Mercies, did you really just let these be asterisk cheese? Receive guests?" Kristoya asked seriously, blushing. Mercies knew that he could not hide this from them. He had to say, "There are also some women. The soldiers who robbed them died in battle, so they lost their pillar of support. They are not willing to do dirty and tiring work. Influenced by those be asterisk cheese, they think this is easy money. After all, our food is distributed to the soldiers first. They are also trying to survive. Then why don't you let them go?" Kristoya asked. "If I let them go, where can they go? They're already hundreds, thousands of miles away from their hometown. They can't go back. Instead of being captured by the cities and tribes along the way and becoming slaves, it is better for them to stay in our camp. At least they can live a better life. Mercy said, pretending to be compassionate. This is the sin of the soldiers. Divers let out a long sigh and put his arm around the sad Christoya. Mercis, you don't have to force them. How about this? We provide them with free food, and when we find a place to settle in Greece, we will marry them to the soldiers. Our soldiers will not plunder anymore, because we will no longer be mercenaries. Diver sighed and hugged the sad Christoya in his arms. Leader, you are so kind. Mercies hurriedly praised and quickly left. He did not want to face Christoya's reproachful gaze again. As time passed, the news from the west became more and more worrying. The Lacanian camp in the mountain pass to the west grew larger day by day, and the Turii working on the Sabari plain north of the Krati River became fewer and fewer. Until 10 days later, when Lacanian spies appeared on the outskirts of Turii, causing panic among the people in the city. The generals in the city hall knew that the Lacanians were about to attack, and they had to be prepared. Buckos, then, with a mission in mind, took a boat to the rudimentary quay at the mouth of the Krati. The Greeks had the bad habit of never walking where they could go by boat. Once ashore, Buckos found that this place was obviously more populated than other places on the Sabari plain. People were walking in twos and threes on a wide, compacted dirt road that led to a large enclosure. What is that? Buckos asked Morith. It's the market built by the mercenaries that I told you about last time. When Morris first told him about it, he didn't think much of it. At this moment, his interest was piqued. Since he had to pass through this market to get to the mercenary camp, it wouldn't take him much time to go in and take a look. Before he even reached the entrance of the market, he could already hear the clamor of the people inside. Two beautiful women in gorgeous clothes stood at the door. They were slim and graceful, and it was obvious that they were not Greeks. However, their Greek was pleasant to the ears. Honorable guests, welcome. Is this your first time here? Morris couldn't help but nod. If you're here to sell something, there's a wooden house behind the door. It's our market management office. You can ask the person in charge to choose a stall for you, but there's a small fee. How much is the fee? Buckos asked anxiously. 1 opal a day. The price was very cheap, but these mercenaries were actually using the land of Turin to make money. Buckos was a little angry. But the stalls are all full now. You can only come back tomorrow. This shabby place was actually so popular. Buckos was shocked. He asked tentatively, if I pay more, can you squeeze out a stall for me? Honorable guests, we don't charge you to make money. We do it to maintain the order of this market. The help we've provided you has already far exceeded the value of 1 opal. We only hope that the stall owners can make good use of their stalls and earn far more than 1 opal every day. If a modern person heard this, they would find it very familiar, but Buckos and Moras were completely dumbfounded. The woman continued, if you're here to buy something, there's a wooden sign hanging on the door of the market management office. On it is written the small requirements that we have for every customer in the market. We hope you can comply with them. If you encounter fraud or any disputes while buying or selling, you can seek help from the market management office. They will enthusiastically help you solve them. Buckos and Moras were well-traveled and knowledgeable, but at this moment, they were a little confused by the woman's words. In the Greek city-states they had been to, they had never heard of a market that was so considerate of merchants and customers. With a strong sense of curiosity, they went to the market management office. It was a simple wooden house. There was a large window facing the direction of the market. A few people were sitting by the window, politely answering the questions of the customers who came to inquire. Hello, is there any problem that you need us to solve? A dark-skinned, thin Egyptian politely asked Moras, who was looking into the room through the window. Moras was about to reply perfunctorily, but someone in the room shouted, Lord Buckos, welcome. A middle-aged man with brown hair, a long beard, and a golden hooked nose opened the door and warmly welcomed Moras. You are? Buckos looked at him and felt that he was a little familiar. A commercial officer under the leader of the Devers. My name is Marigi. Marigi was not modest at all, as he gave himself the official position that the Devers had promised him. Buckos didn't pay attention to what he said. He first corrected him, "No, please don't call me Lord. I'm just an ordinary citizen of Turai." Then, he asked curiously, "Are you from Persia?" "Yes." Marigi not only didn't hide it, but also seemed a little proud. "You have people of all races here," Buckos said with a sigh. He then pointed at the things placed on the window and asked curiously, "What are these weighing devices for?" If a customer feels that the quantity of the things he bought is not enough, such as olive oil, sea fish, and so on, he can bring them here to be weighed. Once it is found to be true, the management will find the buyer and punish him. If it is serious, his stall will be canceled and he will not be allowed to enter the market again. Not bad. That's a good idea. Has such a thing happened before? Buckos said calmly. Although he felt that mercenaries had no right to punish anyone in Turai land, he felt that it was better to talk to their leader about such matters. Only once. After the punishment, nothing similar happened again. Marigi looked at him and said carefully, "Why do you write on this board that spitting and littering are not allowed, and buyers must keep their stalls clean and tidy? Why do you emphasize these? All the markets I've been to don't have such a requirement, including Agora and Athens." This was what Buckos was most interested in. This rule was suggested by the leader of the Devers. He said, "The market is a place with a lot of people, but it's also a place where trash and dirty water run rampant. Too much trash will not only stink, but it will also attract a lot of flies and mosquitoes, which will affect the mood of people buying and selling things. Most importantly, it will lead to epidemics." Marigi said cautiously, "If that's serious?" Buckos was a little shocked. The leader is the blessed of Hades. Of course, his words can't be ignored. Not only do we remind our customers, but we also have 10 slaves who clean the whole market continuously. I can say that although our market is simple, it's cleaner than any market in any city. I've put in so much sweat and effort. That's why I'm charging such a small fee," Marigi explained calmly. Chapter 79. I really admire the leader of the Devers. Not only is he good at commanding battles, but he is also very good at business. He made a lot of valuable suggestions. For example, at the entrance of the market, I originally planned to use 2 fully armed soldiers to guard it, but the leader said, "That won't do. It will scare the customers who come to buy and sell. We have to consider the customers' feelings." So, it turned out like what you see. Now, it seems that the customers have responded very well. Oh yes, these weighing devices were also his suggestions. There are many other suggestions like this. The reason why this market can become so lively in just 20 days is mainly because of him. I think that even if he doesn't become a mercenary, with his talent, he will definitely become a big businessman. Marigi's words were from the bottom of his heart. "Yes, it's really unexpected," Buckos said perfunctorily, thinking about something in his heart. He turned and walked into the market, and Marigi hurriedly followed to act as a guide. Following the crowd, the first stall was, of course, the mercenary's own, so it was very large. There were many strange objects, and exquisite gold and silver were placed in different categories. There were many people stopping to look and ask for prices. "Mercis!" Marigi shouted. The fat man who was behind the stall directing the slaves to move the goods turned around and immediately said arrogantly, "Marigi, are you here to congratulate me? I sold a lot of goods today." Before Marigi could answer, he saw Buckos and immediately smiled. "Buckos, you are here to buy something too? Just nice, I have something good here. Guess what it is?" As he said this, he raised the thing in his hand. It was shining and dazzling. It was a thin silver rope, decorated with small pieces of gold as thin as cicada wings, forming an inverted triangle. At the top, there was another silver rope. Marigi's eyes narrowed, and he heard Mercis shout, "Marigi, don't speak." "What is this?" Morris asked curiously. Seeing that everyone had gathered around curiously, Mercis put on a wretched smile and said mysteriously, "This is a gift from little Cyrus to his most beautiful wife. It was specially made for little Cyrus by the best goldsmith in Persia. It can provide pleasure in that aspect. What do you think the beloved wife of Cyrus the Younger will wear it? Could it be down there?" Someone shouted with uncertainty. "That's right. It seems like you're very experienced." After Mercis said that, there There was a burst of suggestive laughter. It is said that little Cyrus's beloved concubine wore it every night with him. Well, when little Cyrus died in battle, his beloved concubine was captured by the king of Persia. This thing was left in the barracks and was found by our soldiers. Mercies raised the golden chain and waved it in front of everyone. Smell it. There might be the fragrance of little Cyrus's beloved concubine on it. I wanted to stay by myself, but I don't have a wife yet. Think about it. If you buy it and bring it home, you can enjoy the life of the royal family of Persia with your wife or lover. After hearing this, Burkos was actually a little tempted. Someone at the side was already shouting, "How much? I'll buy it." Burkos took a look and found that he actually knew him. He was a merchant from a city of xylighting. It's not expensive at all. Look at how intricately made this thing is. Also, it's made of pure gold, and it's not light either. Mersis flipped the golden chain with his hand, making a low clattering sound. The lowest price is, well, 50 Derrick gold coins. I'll pay 55 gold coins. This thing is mine. The xylighting merchant shouted. I'll pay 60 gold coins. Someone shouted, "Hey, I bought first, but my price is higher than yours. 65 Derrick gold coins." Marigi didn't expect that Mersis would be able to make such a huge profit by fabricating a rarely seen item of the Persian nobility into something used by the royal family. However, he didn't want to remind Mersis. If Kristoya heard about this, she might not have a good impression of him. Seeing that Burkos had squeezed out of the crowd, he quickly followed. "I see that there are merchants from other cities who come here to do business," Burkos said. "There are quite a few. Tarentum, xylighting, Coruña, Crotone, and other cities." Hearing Crotone, Burkos' eyelids twitched. At this time, Morris pointed to a dozen strong men in front of him and said, "These people are soldiers from your camp, right?" Marigi sized them up and replied, "Probably warriors from the mercenary camp next door. It seems to me that there are many soldiers buying things in this market." "It seems that your soldiers are all very rich," Burkos joked. Marigi smiled perfunctorily. "They're mercenaries. After today, they don't even know if there's a tomorrow. Of course, they have to enjoy themselves when they have money." Hearing this, Burkos' expression darkened slightly. He sighed and said, "Yes, it's not easy for anyone to live in this chaotic world." Marigi didn't say anything. In fact, the soldiers in the Devers' camp were not in such a state of mind at all. The Devers inherited and carried forward Menin's practice, and he strengthened the role of the supply camp. During the war, soldiers would deposit most of their belongings with the supply camp. They even had to clearly write on the registration form of the supply camp who would inherit their belongings in the event of misfortune, so that after they died in battle, their belongings could be handed over to the heir, and so on. And when a soldier was in urgent need of money and did not have enough money, he could borrow money from the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers. As long as the request was reasonable, Mercies would deduct the amount of money borrowed from his monthly salary, and there was no interest. These practices of the camp not only allowed the soldiers to reduce their worries and fight with all their might, but also reduced the bad habits of the army, such as gambling, usury, extravagant spending, and so on. Marigi was sure that most of the soldiers who squandered money in the market were not from the Devers' camp. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of soldiers who could leave the camp every day. There were only 2 places in a small team, and they had to return to the camp when the time was up, or they would be punished according to military law. Marigi had witnessed with his own eyes the efforts that the Devers had put into changing this army. They had faced many censure and even almost had the army disbanded, but they did not give in and managed to survive in the end. Now, these soldiers could act according to military rules. Most of the time, they were either in the training ground, building camp facilities, or going to the supply camp to check how much their money had increased. From their passionate but calm eyes, Marigi could tell that they were no ordinary mercenaries. Marigi had seen the Sparta army led by Cleitharps. They were a group of disciplined killing machines, but they lacked passion for life other than fighting. He had also seen the Persia army. Although they were large in number, they lacked discipline and faith, especially the servant army. The Devers' army not only had the bravery and discipline of the Sparta people, but they also had the faith to fight to the death for a better life. Moreover, they had a magical commander. What if Divers didn't have 2,000 men under him, but 20,000 or 30,000? This beautiful imagination was one of the reasons why Marigi stayed. I found that you have everything in this market. Buckos' voice interrupted Marigi's thoughts. There's actually a blacksmith shop. It's just a small shop that accepts orders. The tourists don't let us enter the city, but we still need to repair and buy our weapons, Marigi argued. What about this one that buys clay pots? We can't use our hands to drink water and boil soup, right? A cloth shop? The soldiers haven't changed their clothes for half a year. We can't let them wear armor when they're not fighting, right? What about this stone shop? We can't just use trees for a camp. The key positions should be secured with stones. What about this boat shop? Don't tell me that you mercenaries want to build a fleet. Buckos' face was filled with anger as he shouted, "You're robbing us. You're robbing the tourist market and stealing the wealth of the tourists." Marigi lowered his head and explained in a low voice, "The amount of goods we buy and sell is not much." Chapter 80. That's because there's only a small pier here. Buckos was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He had noticed it earlier, but when he was almost done with the market, he finally understood. The variety of goods sold here was not what the mercenaries needed, but what the merchants and the surrounding residents needed. No matter how wide the Krati River was, it was not as wide as the sea. When there were too many merchant ships, they needed to wait for a long time to enter the port of Turiai. But now, the mercenaries had directly built a market near the coast. Once the ships arrived at the pier on the coast, they could unload their cargo. To enter the market, one only needed an opal. Having one was equivalent to not having one, and there was no need to pay taxes. As for the buyers, Tullage was not far from here. There were a large number of sailors, fishermen, and so on. They were mainly free people, not citizens of Tullage. They were willing to take a few more steps to buy goods that were cheaper than in the Tullage market because they did not have to pay taxes, so it was cheaper. Moreover, there were merchants from various cities who were attracted by the exotic atmosphere of the mercenaries selling goods. Seeing Marigi lowering his head and accepting the criticism, Burkos was indignant, but he did not want to say more. "Well, I'll tell Divers about it. You can't make the decision. You're just a slave of Persia." Marigi trembled when he heard this. He almost cursed. "You're the slave of Persia. Your whole family are slaves of Persia. You Greek barbarian, are you blind? I used to be a merchant for the royal family of Persia." Fortunately, he managed to hold it in. He did not want to say more and fell behind Buckos and the rest. As they approached the west gate of the market, Buckos noticed that there was an area separated by a mud wall that was half the height of a person. There was a large wooden hut inside, and compared to the noisy stalls in front, it was quieter. There was a long queue at the entrance. Buckos asked doubtfully. Although Marigi was cursing in his heart, he had to explain for the sake of publicity. "This is a clinic. Our military doctors have been learning from the Devers for a long time. Their medical skills are superb. Many Turiai citizens who have been sick for a long time have improved after their treatment, so they are very popular now. Often at dusk, when the market is about to close, the patients are still unwilling to leave." So powerful. Buckos was a little surprised. Moraz whispered in his ear, "Master, you can come here to have a look at the old lady's illness. Maybe they really have a way to cure her." Buckos looked at the long line in front of the shack and nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "You said that these doctors learned their medical skills from Devers? Devers can treat illnesses?" "Of course. The leader is blessed by Hades, so of course he knows the secret of the disease that can bring death to people," Marigi said proudly. Buckos was noncommittal. After leaving the market and bidding farewell to Marigi, Moraz asked, "Master, are there really people in this world who are good at commanding battles, good at doing business, and can cure illnesses? Devers, aren't they?" "He is also a god's chosen of Hades," Buckos said indifferently. A few hundred meters to the west, the camp of the Devers came into view. Rather than calling it a camp, it would be more accurate to call it barracks. There was a trench 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, a 3-meter-high wall of earth, and a 2-meter-high wooden fence for protection. Behind the wooden wall, sentries could be seen patrolling, so it could be deduced that there was a walkway in the wooden wall. There were many watchtowers inside the wall, which were 6 meters high, overlooking the trench and the blind spots under the wooden wall. There was a wooden door in the middle of the wooden wall, and a simple gate tower was built on top of it. Buckos and Moras carefully walked along the straight road in front of the camp, because there were a few big wooden signs by the side of the road. "Trap, please take the main road." Moras observed the faint metallic luster reflected in the weeds that were half a man's height, and guessed what traps there might be. He sighed and said, "Master, the defensive facilities of our tourists don't seem to be as complicated as this." Buckos was a little gloomy. He had been worried about one problem. The mercenaries had built this place like a city. What would the people of Crotone think? The guard at the camp gate asked for the purpose of their visit, and immediately sent someone in to report. Not long after, a sis came out and led the two in. The weeds and rubble in the camp had been cleared away, and the ground was flat and clean. Behind the wooden wall, there was indeed a wooden walkway, so that the wooden wall beyond the walkway was just enough to block the chest area of the soldiers, and there were several wide wooden ladders that could be used to go up the walkway. The tents were set up in an orderly manner, and there was a very wide space between the tents and the wooden wall. There was a wide passageway between the tents and the wooden wall, and there was actually a circular wooden fence built in the middle of the camp. Seeing that Buckos was puzzled, Assis explained, "Inside is usually the supply camp, the medical camp, and the encampment of the leaders and officers. When the battle starts, once the outer perimeter is breached by the enemy, we can retreat inside and continue to defend. This is the most complicated and well-thought-out military camp I've ever seen." Even though he had some opinions about the mercenaries, Buckos could not help but sigh at this moment. Assis smiled contentedly and said, "The Devers leader said that this is only the most basic construction of the camp. We don't need anything more complicated yet." He said, "There is no such thing as victory without defeat in war. A strong camp can provide protection for the soldiers in the event of defeat, reduce casualties, and boost morale. So no matter how hard it is, we must be patient and careful to build it well. Sweat more in peacetime, and you will bleed less in wartime. Sweat more in peacetime, and you will bleed less in wartime." Buckos murmured these two sentences. He suddenly realized that he was about to meet a mercenary leader who had a lot of experience in war. The tourist generals did not discuss this with the Devers, but made a plan in advance and asked him to follow it. Was this appropriate? At this moment, Moras asked doubtfully, "Why? Why are there only a few soldiers in the camp?" "Our brothers are participating in a tug-of-war competition in the back." Tug-of-war? Both of them were curious when they heard this unfamiliar term. In fact, there were already loud shouts coming from the front. Assis simply led the two of them around the circular wooden fence in the center and walked forward into a wide field. What appeared in front of them was a dense crowd of people. Thousands of soldiers formed 5 or 6 large circles. Each of the soldiers was flushed with excitement, and they clenched their fists and shouted toward the circle. "First Company, second team, go. 5th Company, 4th team, go. Go, go. Try harder. Oh, we won." Buckos had only seen such a lively and exciting scene in sports. He had not seen it in action yet, but just listening to the shouts was enough to make his blood boil. Assis could tell what the two of them were thinking. He deliberately squeezed into a circle and let the two of them in to watch, while he went to call the leader. On the ground in the center of the circle was a rope that was at least 40 meters long. It was probably made up of several ship cables and was as thick as a fist. At this moment, someone in the center shouted, "Next round, 2nd Company 3rd Team vs 7th Company 1st Team. Both sides, please enter." Soon, more than 100 strong men entered the circle. After the person confirmed the number of people and names, he said, "Both sides, please get ready." Thus, both sides picked up the ropes. Only then did Buckos realize that there was a red rope tied to the center of the rope. There was a heavy object hanging from the end of the rope that pointed to a white line on the ground. There were also white lines on both sides of this white line. The person that Buckos thought was similar to a sports referee loudly announced, "Begin." The 100 strong men on both sides pulled the ropes with all their might. The cheers and cheers from the surroundings also sounded like a tsunami. The red rope swayed left and right continuously. After a stalemate for a period of time, it moved significantly to the left, and the cheers reached their peak. Finally, the red rope reached the white line on the left. The referee waved his hand to signal, "The match is over." Cheers and sighs sounded at the same time. Chapter 81. Long time no see, Buckos. I thought you'd forgotten about your old friend. The Devers greeted him with a smile. How could I have forgotten? It's just that I had a lot of things to deal with after I came back, so I couldn't find the time, Buckos explained. Oh, so you're finally done? The Devers joked. Not yet, Buckos said with a straight face. Buckos said sternly. However, the Turiai City Hall has an important order for me to convey to you. Oh, what's the important order? The lords of Tali have finally remembered us mercenaries, Divers said in a mocking tone. Do you want me to say it here? Buckos glanced around. I'm sorry, it's my oversight. Let's go to my tent. The Devers expressed his apology as he led them to the center of the camp. Did you learn this game of tug-of-war from Persia? Buckos asked. That's what I thought. I'm mainly worried that the soldiers would have nothing to do if they stayed in the camp for too long and accidents might happen. Therefore, I let them participate in a sports competition. It can not only exhaust their energy, but can also train their bodies and cultivate teamwork. In fact, there's a reward for the champion of this competition. I paid quite a lot of money myself. You've managed these mercenaries very well. Buckos praised, then changed the topic. But you don't have to worry anymore. You'll have something to do soon. The Devers were not surprised. The Lacanians are already right in front of us. If the tourists don't do anything, I thought you're ready to give up the land outside the city to them. Buckos could hear the resentment in the Devers' words. He was thinking about how to respond when he caught a glimpse of a 4-meter-tall stone wall inside the wooden wall on the right. He said in surprise, You're going to build another stone wall? The Devers blinked. The ground of that wooden wall is damp, so it's not strong enough. So, we used the waste stones to build another stone wall inside to prevent it from being broken. You and your soldiers are really amazing. You actually build a city out of the camp. Buckos vaguely criticized. There's nothing we can do. We don't have enough people. If we don't build a sturdy camp, we'll have our mercenaries to rescue us if we're surrounded. Who's going to rescue us if we're surrounded? So, you have to rely on yourself for everything, Devers said calmly. Then the market outside is also related to the camp's defense? Buckos asked. At first, I just wanted to rely on the market to buy and sell some things to satisfy my daily needs. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. But don't worry, once the Lacarians are defeated, everything will return to normal. Devers assured him. Buckos only wanted to gain some psychological advantage in the following conversation. After all, only the city hall and the council could decide whether or not to force the mercenaries to close the market. Thus, he did not pursue the matter further and decided to report it to Felix. After entering the Devers' tent, he said, According to our investigation, the Lacanians might attack Turiai in 2 days. After a discussion, the generals have decided to face the enemy head-on. They want you to participate in the battle when the time comes. Tell me, what's the Turiai general's plan? Devers asked sarcastically. In fact, he felt very helpless. As a participant of a great battle, he did not even have the right to participate in the discussion before the battle. It was really strange. He did not know that the Greek mercenaries were like this when they were under Cyrus the Younger's command. However, at that time, the mercenaries made up half of the total number of mercenaries and were very strong. Cyrus the Younger relied heavily on them. Furthermore, he had lied to the mercenaries beforehand and concealed the fact that he was rebelling. Therefore, whenever he had any excessive requests, he would discuss it with Krilkis and the others. When the Devers transmigrated, Cyrus the Younger had already died in battle, so everything was decided by the mercenaries themselves. Now, the Devers once again experienced the terrible feeling of having everything decided by others when they first arrived in this world. Buckos was also very helpless. In fact, Felix had suggested to let the mercenary leaders participate in the discussion and planning of the battle. But Kunigarada and the others firmly refused, saying that they wanted to prevent something like Dionysius's incident from happening again. Dionysius was the current overlord of Syracuse. He had been led by the people to oust him from power by the Democrats. Later, he secretly lured the mercenaries into the city and brutally suppressed the Democrats, thus stabilizing his position as the dictator of Syracuse. Hiring the mercenaries was Felix's suggestion. The generals discussed it, and the council approved it. Bucos was then recommended by Felix, so he could only avoid arousing suspicion. According to the scouts, the Lacanians have more than 10,000 people. On our side, you have more than 2,000 soldiers, Draco's has more than 2,000, Tyrannum's reinforcements have more than 1,000, Turris can send 4,000, and we have 200 cavalrymen. In total, we have close to 10,000 people. After Bucos finished introducing the military strength of both sides, he picked up a branch and gestured on the ground. The general's plan is that Tarentum's reinforcements will be on the right flank. Since they have the fewest troops, Adrianc's and Cesta's 1,000 men will be added to it. The center will be our tourist troops. Due to the previous failure, the number of young tourists has been greatly reduced. So, more than half of the 4,000 men will be citizens over the age of 40. So Draco's 1,000 men will be added to the center. Since your troops are the most experienced and the strongest, your troops will be in charge of the left flank, along with 100 cavalrymen. Another 100 Tarentum cavalrymen will be added to the right flank. Of course, this is only the plan. When it comes to the battlefield, there may be changes based on the enemy's situation. After Bucos finished, he stared at the Dever's expression. The Devers rested his chin on one hand and looked at the pattern on the ground, deep in thought. He did not speak for a long time. Bucos began to feel nervous. "Do you want to hear my opinion?" The Devers raised his head and pointed at the sketch on the ground. With a calm expression, he said, "The allocation of troops given by Turris should be more balanced. Obviously, the generals want to use our defense to wear down the enemy's attack through a prolonged confrontation." Bucos nodded. Felix had said something similar when he explained to him why the formation was arranged this way. The Devers lived up to his reputation. Just by looking at the sketch, he could speculate the general's intentions. "Although I have not fought with the Lacanians, I have fought with many mountain tribes in Persia. Their combat characteristics should be similar. They are fierce, loosely organized, and poorly equipped. Perhaps this is the reason why your generals dared to use this kind of formation, even though they were outnumbered. However, there are a few issues that I need to remind your generals of." The Devers changed the topic and raised his voice. "Last year, the Turris lost more than 10,000 men in the battle against the Lacanians. This means that nearly 10,000 sets of high-quality Greek heavy armor fell into the hands of the Lacanians. They can use it to upgrade their crude equipment. I encountered such a situation when I was scouting in Amendola. Secondly, according to my scouts, the Lacanians have at least 13,000 men, which is more than 3,000 more than us. This means that their formation will be thicker and longer than ours. Not only will they be able to charge and push harder, but they will also be more threatening to flank us. Furthermore, they have just won a huge battle, so their morale will be high when they face us. According to my observations, you tourists are afraid of the Lacanians, so it is hard to say who will be the first to retreat after a long battle." The Devers pointed at the pattern on the ground that represented the middle tourists. "Don't forget, half of them are old men." Bucco's confidence that the Greek heavy infantry would not fear the barbarians in a head-on battle was shaken by the Devers' words. Chapter 82. "Please speak." Bucco's said hurriedly. "I will be on the left flank, Tyrannum on the right, and Turii in the middle. This order will not change. However, send the 2,000 mercenaries and 200 cavalrymen under Adrianc's, Adela's, and Cesta to the left flank under my command. I will lead over 4,000 infantrymen and 200 cavalrymen to defeat the enemy's right flank in the shortest time possible. Then, we will coordinate with the middle to attack the enemy's middle. Obtaining victory is only a matter of time." Devers said confidently, "Are you sure you could defeat the enemy in the shortest time possible with these 2,000 mercenaries and 200 cavalrymen under your command?" Buckos asked, slightly tempted. There are too many unexpected factors in the battle. I can't be sure before the battle is officially started. However, in my opinion, this plan has a much higher chance of winning than the one you gave us. Devers tried his best to convince Buckos. Buckos was silent for a long time before saying in a low voice, but in the hearts of the generals, their plan has a higher chance of succeeding. In any case, I will report your suggestion to General Felix and let the General's Executive Committee decide whether to adopt it or not. Devers understood the hidden meaning in Buckos' words, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. However, he quickly pulled himself together. If you can't give me 2,000 mercenaries, you can at least give me 200 cavalrymen, right? Buckos shook his head. It's a military tradition to divide the cavalry into two flanks. You should know this better than me. Furthermore, 100 of them are from Tarentum. They won't abandon their compatriots and run to your left flank. Devers had no other choice. He thought for a moment and said, "How strong are the reinforcements from Tarentum? They should be very strong. Urchita has led them to defeat the Misapi twice. The Misapi are a race as strong as the Lacanian people," Buckos said with certainty. Urchita. Devers repeated the name and said resolutely, "In that case, send these 200 cavalrymen to the right flank." "Are you sure you aren't just saying that out of anger?" Buckos asked in surprise. "To me, war is the most important matter that determines the rise and fall of a city and the fate of countless people. Thus, even though I wasn't closely related to this war, I was fully immersed in it, without a shred of selfishness or carelessness. However, the same could not be said for the Turan generals. Did they understand the composition of the Lacanian coalition forces in detail? Had they trained all the troops in advance so that they could cooperate well in battle? The Devers' dissatisfaction was finally vented through each and every question, making Buckos blush with shame. He felt that the Devers had really put their heart and soul into this battle. He wanted to speak a few times, but stopped himself. Finally, he resolutely said, "Devers, don't worry. After I go to Dracos' camp, I'll rush back immediately to pass on your suggestion to Felix and ask him to consider it seriously." After Buckos left, the Devers immediately called for assists. "How's the practice of climbing the stone wall with rope hooks?" "They can climb stone walls with ease. The hook you designed is really a good tool for climbing." "That's great." The Devers finally had a smile on his face. "Go to the market immediately and tell Marigi that I want to order another 20 sets of rope hooks. Ask him to urge the blacksmith shop to finish them in 2 days." "All right, I'll go immediately." One morning at the end of April 399 AD, the weather was warm, the sun was bright, and flowers were blooming all over the mountains. It was a good day for an outing. However, there were scouts everywhere on the Zabari plains, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere of killing. The mercenary leader's tent was filled with officers. The Devers looked around. Among them were old comrades who had always followed him, such as Helos, Antonios, and Capys. There were also acquaintances who had just joined, such as Hieronymus, Agathia, and so on. Now, all of them had solemn expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, waiting for his instructions. The Lacanian army has already advanced towards Turin. The Turin have already sent someone to inform us to meet up with them immediately. "Brothers," the Devers was full of confidence. He smiled and said, "It's time for these ignorant and arrogant Turin to see the true power of the Greek expeditionary army." Huh! The officers were full of fighting spirit. According to the previous arrangement, the 5th Heavy Infantry Company led by Helos and the 3rd Light Infantry Company led by Alpines. This is made up of mercenaries who joined the Byzantine Empire. There are archers and stone throwers, and there are more than 200 of them. Will stay in the camp to prevent the enemy from sneaking up on them. The rest of the troops will leave the camp in order. Yes, when the Turan army left the city, they saw the Devers mercenaries waiting outside the city. This is the Greek expeditionary army. I think it's an exaggeration. Look at these soldiers. They're either squatting or lying on the ground. Their spears and shields are thrown to the side. They don't look like soldiers at all. Kunigarata said with a pained expression as if he had spent a lot of money on low-quality goods. Felix was worried about the upcoming battle, and he didn't have the mood to argue with Kinagarada about such common military knowledge. At this time, a young man next to him said without hesitation, "The messenger we sent out to inform them should have just returned, and this army is already standing here waiting for us." It can be seen that this army's ability to mobilize and execute orders is very strong. As for squatting and lying on the ground, that's to conserve energy before the battle starts. It also shows that they are experienced, and they can still be so relaxed when the battle is about to begin. I'm starting to believe that they have the ability to support the left wing by themselves. Kinagarada snorted. After all, this young man was an important guest of the Turin, so he could only keep his mouth shut. At this moment, the Devers galloped towards them under the lead of Buckos. "General Felix, the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers, salute you." The Devers saluted solemnly on their horses. "Although Buckos told me about you before, I'm still surprised by your youth. Young leader, thank you for your help to the Turin. Let us fight the enemy together today." Felix also saluted solemnly in response. "As you wish, General Felix." The Devers agreed, then turned to Kinagarada. Daves agreed, then turned to Kinagarada. Because of Bucko's guidance, of course, he could accurately call out his name. "I salute you, General Kinagarada." "Chief Devers, your proposal is very bold. To be honest, I was very tempted by it, but the generals felt that it was too risky after some discussion, so they didn't accept it. I hope you don't mind." Kinagarada was slightly apologetic as he specially explained. He even urged his horse forward and patted Devers' shoulder to show his closeness. The discussion before the battle is for the benefit of the masses. Once a decision is made, we must resolutely carry it out. Don't worry, I'm a soldier, and it's my natural duty to carry out orders. Well said. It's my natural duty to carry out orders. The young man praised loudly and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello, Chief Devers. I'm Urchita of Tarantum. I've always heard of the legendary stories of the Greek expeditionary force. Meeting you today, I'm not disappointed." The Devers fixed their eyes on the young man in front of them. Although he was wearing a military uniform, he looked gentle and refined. He had a sincere smile on his face and a pair of bright eyes that were slightly deep. "General Urchita, Tarantum has a dual governor system, so there's no title of general. It's just an honorific title, the mathematical and military genius of Tarantum. It's my honor to fight alongside you." The Devers returned the salute in a friendly manner and continued. "I believe that mathematics and military affairs are inevitably related. Every soldier in a formation is a point, and countless points form straight lines and squares. The basic condition for victory is how to make every point play its role to the fullest. You're absolutely right." Urchita was happy and asked amiably, "Chief Devers, you've also studied mathematics?" "I don't know much about mathematics, but I'm full of respect for the Pythagorean school of thought," the Devers said seriously. Urchita saw that he was sincere and immediately had a good impression of him. He was about to speak again. "The leaders of the other mercenaries are rushing over. Now, let us clarify our respective duties together and unify our orders." Chapter 83. The bugles to attack and retreat were more or less the same, and the tourist military deployment was basically unchanged, except for the 200 cavalrymen assigned to Urchita. This made Urchita even more fond of the Devers, and he thanked him profusely. Bucco stood not far away and watched everyone discuss. He also had a good impression of the Devers, but he didn't understand. Why would the Devers sing praises for the Pythagorean school of thought at this time? He hadn't mentioned it before. Didn't he know that in Greece, other than Tarantum, no city would have a good impression of the Pythagorean school of thought, making it difficult for this mysterious group to survive in Greece? His attitude would probably affect Felix and Kinagarada's impression of him. Just as Bucco's was worrying for the Devers, the meeting before the battle ended quickly. The Devers jumped onto his horse and slowly walked toward his troops while observing the two troops that were about to fight side by side. The Tarantum reinforcements led by Urchita were all strong young men in their 20s or 30s. They carried a round shield on their left shoulder, a bayonet on their right shoulder, and a helmet on their shoulder. As they marched, they chatted with their companions and looked relaxed. On the other hand, the tourist militiamen looked solemn, and many of them had white hair and slightly hunched bodies. As he watched, the Devers frowned. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He pointed to the back of the troops and asked Buckos, who was following beside him, "What's going on? Why are there still soldiers wearing leather armor? Wait, some of them are even half naked, and there are quite a number of such soldiers. No, there are more than 4,000 of you." Buckos continued, "Those are all freedmen and foreigners living in Turis." After discussion, the tourist assembly passed a resolution that all freedmen and foreigners who participate in this war will become tourist citizens after the war is won. Speaking of which, it was your suggestion that reminded us. Now, the tourists have about 6,000 people. Buckos was slightly pleased with himself. This slightly eased the uneasiness in the Devers' heart. He sighed and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many free people in Turin. In fact, this is only a small portion. More than half of the freedmen are still observing and have not joined in the battle." Buckos' words surprised the Devers, but at the same time, it also made him ponder. The Turii army was divided into 3 columns on the left, center, and right. They formed a long line on the plain of Sabari and advanced slowly westward along the Krati River. The scouts kept coming back and forth to report on the Lacanians' movements. The messenger hurried over and said to the leader of the Devers, "General Felix has ordered you to stop advancing and form up here." "Got it." The Devers nodded in response, then said to the bugler beside him, "Sound the horn. Stop advancing." The bugle sounded, and the mercenaries quickly stopped moving forward. "Order! Get into formation!" The Devers ordered again. The bugler blew the bronze horn again. Immediately, the front of the mercenary column moved to the right, and the back moved forward. The Devers' army used squads as their basic combat units. Squads were only used for management and couldn't fight independently. When they lined up according to the order of 4 squads. Therefore, when the entire long line of the mercenary column moved to the west, the formation was basically complete. It was very fast. The Devers lined up the 1st Heavy Infantry Company on the right side. Since this side was connected to the middle of the Turii army, the steady commander of the 1st Heavy Infantry Company, Capus, controlled the pace of the troops' attack and retreat to prevent them from getting separated from the middle. On the left side was the 3rd Heavy Infantry Company, led by Amyntas. Considering the large number of enemies, the left flank might be surrounded, and a brave and courageous company commander would keep the morale of the soldiers high. In fact, the Devers felt that Hieronymus, who was also brave and had more combat experience, was more suitable for this task. However, this ex-expeditionary general had too many new recruits under his command, those who joined the Devers in the Byzantine Empire, and the Devers were still worried. The good thing was that Amyntas had the support of 2 companies of light shield soldiers, and they believed that it would be no problem for them to stabilize the defensive line. Traditionally, the Greek phalanx formation had at least 8 rows, but the Devers' army only had 4 rows. This was because they had fewer soldiers, and they had to ensure the length of the defensive line. Therefore, they had to be thinner in terms of thickness. However, the Devers believed that the experienced mercenaries could completely block the large number of enemies. The formation on the left side had been completed, and the middle side was still slowly unfolding. The shouts of the officers, the orders of the messengers, and the reminders of the soldiers to each other intertwined with each other. It was like a noisy market. Pharis placed the 1,000 mercenaries of Dracos at the front of the line, the Turii citizen soldiers in the middle, and the free civilians behind them. The thickness of the formation was more than 10 rows. The formation on the right side was also faster. Urchita placed the Tarantum militia at the front, the mercenaries at the back, and the 200 cavalrymen at the far right. His phalanx formation was also 8 rows thick. Finally, the formation on the middle side was completed, and the formations on the left, center, and right were connected into a line. The Turii priests carried the statue of the sun god Apollo, the protector of the Turii. They came to the front of the phalanx and began to chant hymns, offer blood, and pray for victory in the war. The soldiers of Tarentum also began to pray to Apollo for his protection. The soldiers of Tarentum were also praying, but not to the sun god. Their city-state had its own patron god, Poseidon, and even the legendary demigod, Phrantis. Most of the mercenaries believed in Ares, the god of war, and Zeus, the main god. However, the soldiers of the Devers were different. They used to believe in Ares, but after the Devers led them to victory after victory and created many miracles, they began to believe in Hades. While the entire army was immersed in praying to the gods, the scouts came back one after another, bringing the news that the Lucanian army was about to arrive. The Lucanian scouts also appeared in front of the Greek army, but they were quickly forced back by the overwhelming numbers of the Greek cavalry. The Lucanians are less than 3 miles away from us. We should get the entire army ready. Cunegurata said nervously. Ferris waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. The Lucanians won't attack so quickly. Their army hasn't appeared yet. Even if they do, it will take some time to set up the battle formation." Cunegurata retreated angrily. After a while, he saw a patch of golden light in the distant plains. It covered the entire mountains and plains, like a golden torrent rolling towards the east. Cunegurata gasped and said nervously, just like the young leader of the mercenaries said, "The Lucanians have changed into our weapons and armor. This is going to be troublesome." "Don't worry. Even if the Lucanians change their equipment, they won't be able to learn our battle formation in such a short time. They've also abandoned their own strengths, which might be a good thing." Ferris comforted him calmly. Then he turned to the herald and said, "Go inform the officers and tell them not to worry. Let the soldiers continue to rest." "Damn it, we're behind the sun. It's hurting my eyes when the sun shines on them. When the battle starts, it'll affect Epitenes and Xpit's javelin throwing." Martoris felt uneasy. "What can we do? We're in the east. Isn't Apollo the guardian of Turii? Why don't we ask them to pray to Apollo and not come out today?" Olivers joked. "Why don't we ask our Devers leader to directly ask Hades to turn day into night? Then we won't have to fight this battle." Epitenes also joked. Chapter 84. The Lucanian allied army stopped advancing when they were 2 miles away from the Hope army. They also began to get into formation. The Hope army just waited quietly and did not take the opportunity to attack. This was not surprising because the Turris hoped to change their passive situation with this battle, and the Lucanians also hoped to use this battle to completely destroy the remaining Turris forces. Therefore, a battle was the common wish of both sides. If the Hope army attacked at this time, the Lucanian allied army could only retreat under the circumstances that they had not finished getting into formation, and it would be difficult for the infantry to chase the infantry at a distance of 1,000 meters. In the end, it would only cause the time of the battle to be delayed. This was unacceptable to the tourist generals who had already made meticulous preparations. The citizens could not accept it either because it meant that they would have to live in fear for a longer period of time. The Hope army gave the Lucanian allied army enough time to get into formation, and the Lucanians made full use of this time. As the scouts had reported the general situation of the Hope army's formation to the leaders of the allied army, the leaders of the allied army had an urgent discussion and quickly decided on the positions of the troops in the formation. The great leader of the Gramentum city, Acapo, led 6,000 tribal warriors in the middle, the 2 cities of Nudum and Laos. A total of 4,500 warriors in the left wing, and the main ally of the Gramentum city, another powerful tribe in Lucania city, led 4,000. Warriors in the Union Picasso city, plus 1,500 warriors from the British city of Vigo, a total of 5,500 people, were on the right wing. The total strength of the Lucanian allied army was 16,000 people, without cavalry. The city of Gramentum had been at war for the past 2 years, and its great leader, Acapo, was considered experienced in military affairs. Before the war, he had sent a lot of spies in disguise to enter the port of Turris city. This was the place with the most free people, where it was difficult to be discovered, and obtained a lot of information. Combined with the reports of today's spies, he already had a plan in mind. Although many of the tourist soldiers in the middle of the Hope Army were slightly older, they were large in number and could not be underestimated. He would personally deal with them. The Hope Army's right wing was the reinforcements from Tyrannum. It was said that the troops had defeated the Misapi many times in Tyrannum, so their fighting strength was not bad. Nudum and Laos were sister cities, so cooperation was not a problem. For 1,500 people were more than enough to deal with them. The Hope Army's left wing had the least number of people. The scouts could almost see the difference in the number of people between it and the other two lines at a glance because it had too few people. It was said that this Greek mercenary army had once gone on an expedition to Persia, but after hearing the stories about them, Akapura thought that the rumors about this army were exaggerated. They had only lost a battle in Persia and fled back. The Greeks who were doing business always liked to brag about themselves. He had no concept of the distant eastern country of Persia. He thought that the strength of a troop of 2,000 people was limited. The bravery of the Picassus soldiers was not weaker than that of Grimentum. Its great leader, Sinsing, was not weak either. Moreover, his son, Ninath, who was also Akaburu's son-in-law, was the most valiant of the tribe. With 4,000 warriors and 1,500 Briti warriors, it was almost 3 times the strength of the opponent. It was completely possible to defeat the Hope Army's left wing in one fell swoop. Therefore, he locked the chance of victory on his right wing. The Lacanians' formation was faster because their formation was not as tight as that of the Hope Army. The loose formation made the already large team even larger. Following a few long and drawn-out horn sounds, an astonishing number of troops slowly pressed toward Shi's army like they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The battle was about to begin. His cloudy old eyes could already see the shadows of the enemies in front of him. He took a deep breath, puffed up his somewhat shriveled chest, and dismounted. He ordered his slaves, "Bring me my weapon and helmet." Just then, he heard a commotion from the soldiers in front of him. "What happened?" he asked, puzzled. The people around him were equally puzzled. He could only get on his horse again and look forward. There was no change in front of him. But following the direction of the commotion, he saw hundreds of soldiers on the left wing rushing out of the square formation and running towards the Lacanians. What are they doing? Are they surrendering to the enemy? The moment he thought of this possibility, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that, as some people said, mercenaries without a sense of belonging are unreliable? Epthenus and Xpit led more than 600 light infantry out of the formation and charged towards the dark mass of the Lacanian army's right wing. Of course, they weren't going to surrender. Instead, they were executing a new tactic that the Devers' leader had been practicing. Before the two armies clashed, they would use light infantry to attack the enemy from afar. This would break the enemy's spirit and disrupt their formation. In the face of such a large number of enemies, the hundreds of lonely soldiers were like small trees in the wind, in danger of being blown away at any time. This kind of psychological pressure and fear would cause the timid to collapse. But these soldiers had been tempered by hundreds and thousands of battles during the Persian expedition, and their spirits were extremely tough. Their formation was scattered but not disorderly, and the speed at which they were charging forward was even faster. When they were less than 400 meters away from the enemy, Epthenus and Xpit shouted almost at the same time, "Stone throwers, get ready!" The stone throwers stopped in their tracks and began to untie the catapults around their waists. The rest of the soldiers continued to advance. When they were almost 100 meters away from the enemy, the archers stopped in their tracks. The 400 light shield-bearers were still running forward. The reason why Grelid of Picosis was loved and respected by the warriors of the tribe was because he always took the lead in every battle and fought on the front lines. Seeing the Greeks in leather armor line up in two loose lines and charging straight at him, he was a little confused at first. To the north of Picosis was the Greek city-state of Ilia. Picosis had invaded its territory many times, and both sides fought frequently. Ninath was more familiar with the Greeks' fighting style, but he had never seen such a strange move. But soon, when the Greek raised the gleaming spearhead, took a big step, and prepared to throw it, he was shocked. "Watch out for the javelin. Defend." Hundreds of javelins whistled through the air, bringing with them the sound of the wind. The experienced light shield-bearers did not throw them in a straight line, but diagonally forward. Although the Lacanians were fully equipped with Greek heavy infantry equipment, they did not learn the Greek heavy infantry principle of "I protect others, others protect me." They hurriedly used their round shields to protect themselves, causing a large gap to appear in the originally slightly loose battle line. These javelins, which divers had deliberately increased the weight of the spearheads, passed through the gap between the shields, and most of them pierced into the ribs of the tribal warriors who were covered by multiple layers of linen armor. Screams rang out, and a large number of people fell. Ninath reacted quickly and blocked the javelin with his shield. The javelin actually pierced through the copper coating of the shield and nailed itself on it. Just as he was about to pull the javelin out, someone beside him shouted, "Watch out for the arrows." Arrows and stones rained down on the ground. Ninath took a hit on the head. Although he had a helmet to protect him, it still made him dizzy and almost fall. The Lacanians did not suffer many losses from this wave of arrows and stones, but it caused chaos in the first few lines of the Lacanians' right wing. However, the Greek light shield-bearers took the opportunity to throw a second round of javelins, which greatly increased the damage of the javelins. Felix and Cunigarata were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They had guessed the fighting power of the Devers mercenaries, but they never expected them to use such a novel tactic, and the effect was so shocking. Seeing that part of the enemy's front line on the right wing was almost broken, Cunigarata said excitedly, "If we knew that these mercenaries were so powerful, we should have learned from them and used this tactic." Felix shook his head. "Our light infantry wouldn't be so bold as to leave their formation and attack a large number of enemies from a few hundred meters away. Only these experienced mercenaries would dare to do this. I'm afraid this is a tactic they learned from Persia." Although Felix said that, he still felt a little regretful. The fighting power of the Devers mercenaries had exceeded his expectations before the battle had even started. Perhaps he should have listened to the young mercenary leader's suggestion and given him the other 2,000 mercenaries. Felix suppressed the thought. Since the initial plan had already been executed, it was best to carry it through to the end. This was the experience he had gained after many years in the army. Chapter 85. Oh, these brothers are so powerful. As expected of the heroes who fought all the way to Persia and came back. Look at those stone throwers, they're all from my hometown roads. And us Thracians, look at how accurate their javelins are. I really want to take off this heavy armor, pick up a javelin, and join them. Dracos heard the praise and envy of the soldiers around him. He squeezed the belt behind the round shield tightly. "Come on, natives, come and have a taste of our power." At this moment, he was burning with the desire to fight. The confident leader of Picassus city, Sinsing, would never have thought that his troops would suffer such a blow before the battle had even officially begun. What made him even more depressed was that the traditional weapons of the Lacanians were javelins, pikes, and short swords. Javelins were also their forte, but in order to better attack the Greeks, most of them had changed into heavy equipment. Only a few javelin soldiers were at the rear, and the enemy's arrows and flying stones had already extended to the rear. Only a few of the javelin soldiers could fight back as they dodged the attacks. However, they could not see the enemy, and the enemy's numbers were small and scattered, so the results of the battle were naturally minimal. Fortunately, there were not many enemy light infantry, and the two ends of the right phalanx were not affected. Therefore, in desperation, Sinsing urged the two ends to squeeze towards the center in an attempt to surround or disperse these annoying and terrifying enemies. When the Lucanians in the middle and left saw the tragic situation on the right, they were afraid that they would suffer the same fate. The soldiers and leaders subconsciously increased their speed, hoping to make contact with the Greek army as soon as possible. Tens of thousands of soldiers took large strides forward, and the earth trembled. Archetta, Felix, Dracos, and so on, every general and leader began to shout, "Shield formation, defend." At the front of the phalanx were the soldiers, with their left foot slightly bent forward and their right foot on the ground. Round shields were placed in front of their left, and their spears were raised high, with the spears pointed forward. The soldiers at the back were stacked on top of each other, pressing against the backs of the soldiers at the front. Spears extended forward and shields connected. The entire phalanx was like a huge metal monster covered in long spikes. The Lacanian warriors charged forward at a distance of more than 100 meters, coupled with the slightly elevated terrain. Although the Zabari plain was flat, the terrain would gradually rise as it extended westward. With a strong momentum, the Lacanian warriors crashed straight into the Greek army's infantry phalanx. With a loud bang, at the end of April 399 BC, the battle between the Turii and the Lacanian tribes had officially begun. This was a battle of life and death for both sides. But in the eyes of the powerful countries in the Mediterranean Sea, it was insignificant. Carthage and Syracuse would not notice, because both sides were accumulating strength and were about to start a new round of confrontation for dominance in Sicily. Rome would not notice, because they were busy besieging and attacking the Etruscan Empire on the upper reaches of the Tiber River. Sparta and Persia would not notice, because both sides were making their own preparations for the upcoming war in Asia Minor. Athens would not notice, because their energy was focused on how to recover the dazzling power that had been lost over the years of war. At the same time, they had to endure Sparta's tyrannical behavior. Macedonia would not notice, because at this time, its kingdom was fragmented, and the kings were changing frequently. The Macedonians, who were suffering from internal and external troubles, might be hoping for a strong monarch to save them from the abyss of suffering. Hundreds of kingdoms, city-states, and races in the Mediterranean Sea were either busy surviving or busy invading. They did not have the time nor the ability to understand the battle between two unknown forces in the south of the Italian peninsula. However, this battle, later known as the Battle of Turii, had opened the most magnificent and glorious new chapter in the magnificent ancient history of the Mediterranean Sea. The Licarians were a tribe in the mountains. They were passionate and impulsive. During the rapid charge, their fighting spirit continued to rise. Therefore, when they saw the spear and shield formation in front of them, some of the warriors did not think of raising their shields and ramming them into the formation that their leaders had emphasized before. Their minds were already filled with the surging fighting spirit, so they directly jumped into the formation. This was especially so for the Grimentum. The long years of conquest had produced a large number of warriors who lived by fighting, so there were many who adopted such reckless actions. Although it was easier to be stabbed, it disrupted the defensive formation of the Greek army, especially the Turii militia and the mercenaries of Dracos in the middle, because they had not trained together before. Their coordination was not very good. Naturally, the horizontal line of the formation was not very close, and in addition, Dracos had never seen such a way of attacking the mountain people, so they lacked the means to deal with it. Therefore, the middle of the Greek army was in a difficult battle from the beginning. On the other hand, the Taranta militia on the right wing of the Greek army in front of the phalanx was obviously more experienced in dealing with the attacks of the Lacanian warriors. The warriors of Nudum and Laos were far less ferocious than the warriors of the Grimentum, so they did not cause too much impact on the right wing of the Greek army. Both sides' shields collided, spears exchanged, and they began to push and kill each other. 200 cavalrymen also rode forward, attacking the flank of the Lacanian left wing from time to time. As long as the Lacanian warriors came forward to stop them, they immediately withdrew and retreated. The Greek cavalrymen were still flowers in a greenhouse. They were far from the superb horsemanship of the Numidians, nor were they as fierce as the Gaul and Germanic cavalrymen. They could only play a role of harassment. But even so, it made the Lacanian left wing wary and did not dare to go all out to attack. Therefore, even though they had more people than the right wing of the Greek army, and the phalanx was thicker, the two sides were still in a stalemate. When the left and middle of the Lacanian army had begun fighting, the right wing was still advancing slowly. The mercenary light infantry retreated as they fought, successfully delaying the enemy's advance. The distance between the two armies was almost 50 meters. Some of the light infantry retreated from the front and the outside of the phalanx, while others passed through the gap left by the phalanx and retreated to the rear. At this time, the formation of the Lacanian army's right wing had become a crescent, with two protruding ends and a hollow in middle. Sinsing, who was in the middle of the formation, had already lost control of his army, let alone reorganize the formation. The only thing he could do was to order the bugler to blow the horn charge. The only distance of 50 meters would be the bonus for the warrior's final sprint. When the horn was blown, there was a rhythmic sound of a bronze horn coming from the opposite side. This made Sinsing instantly vigilant. While he was nervously guessing what this powerful enemy would do next, Ninath, who was at the forefront of the battle line and had many injuries on his body, could clearly see the Greek heavy infantry on the opposite side raise their right arms, lean their bodies back, and take 2 steps forward. This action, Gleinard, who was already a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, quickly hid behind his round shield. Thousands of javelins flew dozens of meters in an instant and landed on the Lacanian army, who were just about to charge. What they created was no longer ripples like before, but waves of death. In an instant, hundreds of people were killed and injured, and the Lacania army's advance was almost stopped. At this time, the terrifying sound of the bronze horn sounded again. The Greek mercenaries immediately shouted, "Hades!" and charged forward with their shields and spears in hand. The mercenaries did not charge at the same time. The soldiers at the far right did not charge forward because they were considering connecting with the middle, while the soldiers at the middle and left completely disregarded their weak formation and the number of enemies. They charged at the enemy with high fighting spirit, like a long dragon swinging its tail with great force. The Lacanian army's front line had not recovered from the javelin attack just now, and their formation was in chaos. And at this time, the mercenaries' charge came one after another. The soldiers skillfully converted the momentum from the speed of their charge into a collision with their shields, breaking through the enemy's defense. Then, the spears in their right hands were like the spitting of a venomous snake, quickly and accurately piercing the enemy's throat or face. A row of Lacanian soldiers at the front line fell uniformly. Such terrifying attack efficiency and imposing momentum frightened the Lacanian soldiers at the back. They who prided themselves on their bravery could not help but start to retreat at this moment. The mercenaries chased after them, and the Lacanian soldiers kept retreating. The collapse of the Lacanian army's right flank was right in front of them. Chapter 86. Although Sinsing, who was at the rear of the phalanx, could not understand the situation in detail, it was an indisputable fact that the troops were retreating. Screams could be heard continuously. Looking to both sides, there were even soldiers in the distance who had begun to flee. Sinsing was anxious and angry. At this moment, he had no time to think about why such a terrible situation had occurred. The most important thing now was to stop the decline, or else the right wing would be defeated, which would lead to the defeat of the entire Lucania alliance army. Although Akaparu was related by marriage, Sinsing did not think that the overbearing great leader of the Gramentum would easily forgive Picassus for what he had done. Now that Picassus's soldiers were engaged in battle, he could no longer command them. The only ones he could command were the broody soldiers who had yet to engage in battle. "Quick, call the people for Vigo City at the back to help. Tell their leader that if this battle fails, the Lucarians will not forgive Vigo City." Sinsing hurriedly shouted to the guards around him, "Great leader, the Lacanians have gone too far." It was Sinsing who thought that he could easily defeat the Greeks and did not let us intervene. Now he's saying that it's our fault if we fail. The young Saru said angrily. Sidorum looked at the battle not far away and did not respond. These Greeks are really powerful. They are obviously outnumbered, but they are actually about to defeat the Lucarians. Saru looked ahead and said with excitement and hesitation, "Great leader, the Lucanians are about to lose. Why don't we stop fighting and leave? Maybe we can take the opportunity to leave their alliance." At this moment, Sidorum spoke. "Even if the Lucanians are defeated, how many of them can die? Do the Greeks dare to enter the mountains?" "Saru, as long as the Lucanian strength is still there, the mountains in the west will still be theirs. Unless we follow the example of our people in Cosenza and move south and are forced to fight with Clotho for land." Sidorum sighed. "Order the soldiers to close the formation and press forward from the right." 2,000 Briti wore leather armor and held wooden shields and spears, but they formed a phalanx that was even tighter than the Lacanians. When the right end of Pegasus's formation was about to collapse, they stuck to its rear. Instead, they were pushed forward by Briti. In order to survive, most of the Lacanian warriors had to turn around and fight. After all, the Lacanian formation was solid. It was panic that caused them to flee, and it was not the mercenaries that broke through their formation. Once the reinforcements arrived, they gradually stabilized their position. The emotions of the defeated soldiers gradually calmed down, and the organization of the formation began to recover. The casualties of the Lacanians were still increasing, but the mercenaries were gradually retreating. The pushing force produced by the super thick formation of the Lacanians and the Briti was obviously not something the thin formation of the mercenaries could compare to. Once the gap between the two armies became narrow, superb combat skills would not be of much use. Fortunately, the experienced mercenaries took the initiative to slowly retreat to relieve the pressure exerted by the opponent, thus maintaining the tenacity of the front line. Unlike other generals, Devers did not participate in the battle personally. Once the battle started, he would completely let the situation develop. He rode his horse and closely observed the progress of the battle from left to right, then from right to left, and then from right to left. He would give orders to the messengers at any time. Previously, when the right end of the Lacanian formation was about to collapse, he was excited. Who knew that the situation would be reversed, and one could imagine the disappointment in his heart. However, he did not urge the soldiers to attack again, because he knew that other than the arrival of the enemy's reinforcements, it was also related to the soldiers' physical strength. Such a fierce attack could not last for too long as they were human, there was a limit to their physical strength, not to mention they were heavy infantry. Even at the critical moment, Devers even ordered the light shield soldiers to join the attack on the right end of the enemy's formation. Unfortunately, if the 2,000 mercenaries and 200 cavalrymen were under his command, the soldiers would now be chasing after the routed army. He could only blame himself for being too confident. He did not pester the tourists and insisted on asking for more troops. Just as the thought of regret appeared in his mind, Devers extinguished it. Any unexpected situation could happen in a war, and it was impossible for the commander to foresee everything. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to maintain a calm mind and try not to let excessive emotions affect his judgment. The formation of the mercenaries was originally an arc with an upturned tail, but now it was gradually flattened. As the phalanx moved back step by step, Devers realized that the soldiers had to contend with the enemy's powerful pushing force while preventing the thin formation from being broken. They also had to kill as many enemies as possible during the battle. The consumption of physical strength and energy was considerable, and it was already very good that they could maintain this state. Unless there was a major accident, the left wing of the tourist coalition army would not improve. As for the middle, the Assis's return was not optimistic, even worse than the left wing. The only advantage was on the right wing, but it was not much. This was the judgment of the Assis who rode forward to scout, based on the fact that Tarentum's formation had only advanced a little. After understanding that the overall situation of the battlefield was unfavorable, Devers got rid of the remaining hope in their hearts, and had to consider the issue of the retreat of the troops if they lost the battle. On the land of 10 miles around the Zabari plain, nearly 30,000 soldiers were engaged in a battle of life and death here. Dust flew everywhere. The sounds of killing shook the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. After more than an hour of fierce battle, the Greek army gradually began to feel exhausted. The Lacanian tribal coalition army outnumbered the tourists by 6,500 people. According to the observations of the tourists and Devers' scouts, they originally estimated that there were about 13,000 Lacanians. In fact, the cunning Akaparu had hidden some of his troops in the mountains behind the camp, and the 2,000 from Vigo City only joined at the last moment, thus causing an error in the Greek army's judgment. On the other hand, Felix's impression of the Lacanians was still that of a few years ago. He did not participate in the battle last year. In fact, in recent years, the Lacanians had developed rapidly. especially the Gramentum, which had begun to break away from the tribal alliance and develop into a kingdom. In the recent 2 years of tribal annexation wars, the warriors of the Gramentum had become braver and more tenacious under the frequent baptism of blood. In the old ideas of the tourist generals, as long as they fought head-on, the loosely organized Lacanians would definitely be crushed by the power of the Greek heavy infantry. But reality proved that their ideas were laughable, especially in the middle of the Greek army. The mercenaries at the front, the tourists in the middle, and the freedmen at the back, the three forces could not effectively combine into one. Under the fierce attack of the Gramentum warriors, the Greek army in the middle began to retreat. As the battle continued, the soldiers who were born with different backgrounds began to have different ideas. The mercenaries were fighting for money, and in a situation where there was no hope of victory, of course, they would first think of saving their own lives. The tourists were indeed fighting with all their might, but half of them were middle-aged men, and their physical strength was already at its limit. They were still holding on because the tourists was their homeland, and they could not let the barbarians trample on it. The freedmen, on the other hand, were originally fighting with an attitude of trying their luck. If they won, they would obtain citizenship, and if they lost, they would flee from tourists to find a new life in another city. As the Greek army retreated faster and faster, the gap between them and the left and right flanks widened. When the Gramentum warriors rushed into the gap on both sides and attacked the Greek army from the side, the entire formation in the middle collapsed, and the soldiers fled in all directions. The Devers, who had been watching the situation closely, sighed. They suppressed their extreme disappointment and decisively ordered a retreat. The retreat signal designed by the Devers was more special, and it was very different from the general Greek army. It started with a long note, followed by the melody of the charge horn. The bugler blew it 3 times, and most of the Lacanian soldiers thought that the mercenaries were going to charge again. While they were still in a daze, the mercenaries pulled away a little, and the light shield-bearers at the back threw their javelins again. This was really a bold move. Without strict training, it was easy to accidentally hurt your own comrades. While the Lacarians were busy defending themselves, the mercenaries quickly completed a series of retreating movements such as turning around, running, and so on. Chapter 87. The Tarentum reinforcements on the right flank were forced to retreat as well. Fortunately, they had 200 cavalrymen on standby. The Lucaria warriors didn't dare to chase after them, afraid that they would be too spread out and let the Lucaria cavalry take advantage of them. Thus, the Tarentum reinforcements' retreat was relatively smooth. Only the center of the Lucaria army was in a state of disunity. General Felix, we've lost. We've lost. What should we do? What should we do? Cunegruda, the usually witty and eloquent general in the city hall, was panicking at this moment. What else can we do? Felix laughed bitterly and said regretfully, "It's my fault that I didn't stick to my opinion. It's my fault that I underestimated the enemy. It's my fault that I didn't listen to the advice of others. It's my fault that tourists lost today." He looked at the fleeing soldiers running past him, and his expression became firm. "Hurry back to Turris and get the citizens to prepare for defense. I'll buy time for Turris to repent to Apollo." As he spoke, he picked up his spear with his withered arm and pushed the fleeing soldiers aside to face the incoming enemy. The guards, slaves, and tribesmen he brought with him shouted, "For Turris!" Hundreds of them surrounded the old general and charged forward. Wherever it passed, some of the citizens of Talii were influenced. They stopped fleeing and joined in the fray. Cunegruda hesitated for a moment before turning his horse around and retreating. As he ran, he comforted himself. Felix was right. If they all died here, who would protect Turris? When they faced the enemy, Felix's army had reached 800 men. The old general, who was over 60 years old, shouted, "Apollo!" The first to charge into the enemy's formation was followed by a counterattack. The soldiers were not afraid of death and fought bravely. To the surprise of the Gramentum warriors, their formation was almost broken. The Gramentum warriors had no choice but to gather their soldiers and surround the small group of brave and tenacious Talii soldiers. The most tragic scene of the battle had finally come to an end. The 800 Talii led by Felix had all died in battle. Not a single one of them had escaped. Cunigarata wanted to rush back to Talii as soon as possible. On the way to escape on horseback, he was almost knocked down by the defeated soldiers several times. He was worried about the safety of the city and a little regretful. He should not have joined the battle in order to gain prestige. The city of Turris was only 5 or 6 miles away from the battlefield. Everyone was paying attention to this battle that concerned the fate of the city. Every family was either at home or in the square praying for the soldiers. When the scouts ran back to the city, they shouted in panic, "We lost! We lost!" At that time, the news quickly spread throughout the city like a thunderclap, making the people feel that the sky was about to fall. The timid people fainted immediately. The suspicious people thought that the scout was spreading rumors and wanted to drag him down from his horse and beat him up. The pessimistic people declared that Talii was going to perish and asked everyone to quickly flee the city. The scoundrels, in their despair, took the opportunity to stir up trouble and fish in troubled waters, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to gain some benefits. The whole city, especially the square, was filled with cries and the scene was extremely chaotic. The 2 most important leaders of the 9 generals were on the battlefield. Fortunately, the generals had learned from last year's defeat. At this critical moment, the generals, led by Neoness, stood up. They first sent out patrols to maintain order in the city, then called on the people in the square to take up arms and defend their homes. They led their people and slaves up the city wall. At this moment, a few nobles, led by Cunigarata, rushed over the drawbridge and entered the city. The people who heard the news immediately surrounded them, asking for news of their families. Cunigarata, who knew the urgency of the situation, acted as if he did not hear them. He shouted anxiously, "The Licarians are coming. Close the gate. Close the gate. Don't let them in. Otherwise, Turris will be finished." Neoness frowned and said, "If we close the gate, the soldiers won't be able to enter the city. Let them go around the city wall and jump into the Kratai River. We will pick them up with boats. The Licarians can't swim." Cunigarata had already thought of a plan on the way. At the moment of crisis, the appearance of Cunigarata and his suggestion immediately gave the people a backbone. Everyone discussed and felt that it was feasible, so they pulled up the drawbridge, closed the city gate, and began to shout at the defeated soldiers running to the bottom of the city, "Jump into the river. We have a boat to pick you up. Jump into the river." The Devers sent assistants back to the camp first to report the situation, while they quickly led their troops back to the camp. Leds, who was beside them, held up the flag to guide the troops. Picosis's warriors had been attacked by the light shield bearers earlier, so they had pulled some distance away from the mercenaries. On the other hand, Gramentum's desperate counterattack had slowed down the mercenaries' pursuit, so the mercenaries' retreat could be said to be smooth without much risk. However, along the way, there were constantly fleeing soldiers who rushed into their ranks, and the mercenaries knocked them down with their shields without hesitation. But the divers' mercenaries retreated in an organized manner. Their orderly formation naturally attracted the panicked soldiers. Even if the mercenaries treated them violently, they would just let them beat and scold them. Like tamed dogs, they obediently followed behind the mercenaries. When the troops passed by the city of Turin, the Devers team was a little bloated, but they didn't care. Looking at the countless fleeing soldiers gathering at the foot of Turin in the distance, and then back to observe the movements of the pursuing troops, he took the flag, handed it to assists, and said to Leds, "Go to the foot of Turin and tell the soldiers that the Licarians will be here soon. Our camp is very strong, so let them hide in our camp first." Leds accepted the order and left. "All troops to the right," the Devers shouted, and the red flag fluttered in the wind, guiding the troops not to enter the camp through the west gate, but to the south gate. The warriors of Picosis, led by Ninath, chased after the mercenaries. Ever since he became a warrior, he had participated in dozens of battles, big and small, but he had never been so vexed, and he even almost lost his life. These Greeks wanted to slip away after slaughtering his people, and this made him even more furious. Therefore, he only had eyes for the mercenaries. Catch them, kill them, Even though the fleeing soldiers at the foot of Turin were closer to him, he didn't care. As a result, Picasso's team collided with the Grimentum's warriors who were pursuing the fleeing Turin soldiers. When the two armies finally separated, the Devers had already entered the camp. The Turin generals led by Cunigrata had little experience on the battlefield. The only experienced person had died in battle, so they thought too simply of the problem. Indeed, the shouts from the top of the city made some of the fleeing soldiers leave the city gate and jump into the Kratai River, but there were still some who were unwilling to leave. After all, the city gate was right in front of them, and they were too exhausted to take the long way around to jump into the cold Kratai River. They begged and cursed at the foot of the city, and during this delay, the Grimentum's warriors arrived. After a chase and a massacre, the fleeing soldiers had no choice but to jump into the river. However, in their panic and haste, they did not even have time to take off their armor. Many of them sank directly into the river and drowned alive. The people on the city gate watched their loved ones being killed and drowned alive, and all of them burst into tears. Some women even jumped off the city wall, and their bodies were smashed to pieces to accompany their husbands to hell. The ferocious appearance of the Lacanian soldiers in this bloody and tragic scene became a nightmare that the Turin could never get rid of. The Devers heaved a sigh of relief that the Lacanians did not chase them in time. He did not enter the west gate directly, but went around the south gate instead, because he was worried that the soldiers would be too slow when they entered the camp. His worry did not come to nothing. In fact, it was worse than he had imagined. The panicked, fleeing soldiers disrupted the order of the troops during the camp. Chapter 88. At this moment, the Lucaria people had already appeared in the Devers' line of sight. Act according to the defense deployment we trained previously. The Devers immediately gave the order to the captains of the various companies. The captains began to methodically direct their subordinates to their designated positions. First Heavy Infantry Company, follow me to the wooden wall on the east side of the north gate. Brothers of the 2nd Heavy Infantry Company, follow me to the wooden wall on the north side of the south gate. Brothers of the 3rd Heavy Infantry Company, follow me to the field. Damn it, hurry up. Archers of the 1st Light Infantry Company, follow the captains to the various outposts on the south side. Soon, the soldiers were in their positions, leaving only the defeated soldiers surrounded by the guards. How many people are there? The Devers asked Felicius, who had just gone over to appease him. Quite a lot. Almost 400 people, most of them free people, and most of them are unarmed, Felicius said. Mercies, the Devers shouted. Mercies hurried over. How many javelins do we have left? 526. We had the tourist blacksmiths rush to make them in the past 2 days. All the money we earned from the market was spent on the manufacture of these weapons. Mercies grumbled. The Devers were not in the mood to listen to his nagging. He said to Felicius, give each of them a javelin, then assign a few people to each team. Let them participate in the defense. Understood. Felicius walked towards the defeated soldiers. Mercies, however, stood there without moving. The Devers understood what he was hesitating about and immediately said, we have to retrieve the javelins when we run out. Furthermore, didn't the Lucaria people send us weapons? These words made Mercy smile. He immediately ordered the slaves to move the weapons to the supply camp. Due to his trust in the Devers, he did not consider the possibility that the mercenaries might not be able to defeat the enemy and that the camp might be occupied instead. The mercenaries stood behind the wooden wall, not worried at all. They looked at the enemies surging towards the camp calmly, and even had the leisure to educate the new soldiers. Now, do you think it's necessary to build such a complicated camp? Matones asked with a smile. It's absolutely necessary, Septimus said excitedly. Now, I hope that these native barbarians have a good taste of the power of the traps I dug. The mercenaries leaned against the wooden wall, seizing the time to recover their previously exhausted energy. At the same time, they excitedly prepared to watch the show. As for Helos' 5th Heavy Infantry Company, because they hadn't participated in the battle before, they couldn't wait for the enemy to rush over and fight with them. After Picassus' warriors separated from the Grimentum's troops, they immediately continued their pursuit to the east. Ninath ran at the front. The mercenary camp was already in his sight. He shouted, "Charge! Kill them all!" The warriors also roared angrily. Their exhaustion seemed to be dispelled by their roars, and they moved forward even faster. "Captain, the Lacanians are less than 200 meters away from the camp." The captain of the archers on the watchtower shouted at Alpens. "Remind me when they're 100 meters away." Alpens replied. He then turned around and ordered the catapults behind him. "Get ready." Because the path behind the wooden wall was too narrow, the catapults could not use their full power, so they could only move to the bottom of the wall. At this moment, they silently took out egg-sized stones from their leather pouches and placed them in the net in the middle of the catapults. 100 meters. The soldiers on the wooden wall had their eyes fixed ahead. When they saw many Lacanians stepping into the area, they could not help but cheer. Ninath did not know what the Greeks in the camp were shouting about. He subconsciously raised the round shield in his hand. During the pursuit, many warriors felt that the round shield was too heavy and affected their speed, so they threw it away. However, he was still holding it. "Greeks, I'll make you lose your voice in a moment," he muttered fiercely. He had just taken a step forward when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right foot. "It's a trap." He was shocked and instinctively pulled his foot back. However, an even more intense pain came, and he could not speak. He looked down and saw that a large piece of flesh on his right calf had been torn off, and it was bleeding nonstop. Pushing aside the weeds, he saw a sharp, barbed iron spike about 30 centimeters long stabbed into the ground. He tried to pull it out, but he could not pull it out. After digging through the compacted soil, he saw that the lower end of the iron spike was tightly welded to a piece of wood, buried deep in the soil. No wonder it could tear off flesh so forcefully. "Vicious Greeks," Ninath cursed. He tore a piece of linen from his body and wrapped it around his injured leg. He propped himself up with a spear, endured the pain, and shouted, "Be careful, there's an iron hook on the ground." His warning was too late. Many warriors fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The mercenaries on the wooden wall heard the screams of their enemies and cheered loudly. "The meat hook is working. Another one down." The veterans would proudly tell the new recruits that this was the masterpiece of their leader, Daves, so that the new recruits would revere the Devers even more. In fact, this was the standard of the Roman camp in his previous life. The Devers learned about this from the Military History Forum. This kind of trap did not seem to be very lethal, but in fact a foot injury was enough to make a warrior lose his combat ability in the era of cold weapons. When the Lacanian warriors saw this, they naturally became more cautious. Stooping down, they searched carefully among the weeds and rocks, advancing cautiously in order to avoid the terrible traps. Unexpectedly, the mercenaries' long-range attacks came. Although the catapults could not see the enemy, with the observation of the archers on the sentry tower and the large number of Picasus warriors, their accuracy was not low. In order to avoid the flying stones, they naturally could not pay attention to the ground under their feet. Thus, the Picasus warriors were either hit by flying stones or stabbed by iron hooks. After advancing a few dozen meters with difficulty, they encountered an even more terrible trap. The mercenaries called it a tombstone. It was a pit about 5 meters deep. There were sharpened wooden stakes buried at the bottom and covered with floating soil. If one accidentally stepped on it, the sharp wooden stakes would be able to pierce through the sole of their foot under the effect of gravity. When the great leader of Picosis, Shinshinagar, arrived, he saw countless warriors lying on the ground, clutching their feet. The mournful cries of disaster lingered in his ears. The other warriors were standing 100 meters away from the enemy camp, their faces filled with fear, not daring to move forward. "What's going on? Why aren't they attacking?" Sensing asked angrily as he looked at the countless fallen clansmen on the ground. "Father." Ninath used his spear as a crutch and hobbled to his father. He said sorrowfully, "The despicable Greeks set up many traps outside the camp. Many of our warriors are injured, and we can't get close to their camp." "Warriors? How can you call yourselves warriors?" Sensing's scolding made the people around him lower their heads in shame. Sensing's heart ached even more when he saw his most valued son covered in wounds and in a sorry state. His usual heroic expression had been replaced by exhaustion and decadence. Sensing's tone softened. "How are your injuries?" "They're all flesh wounds, I'm fine." Ninath held on and said, "It's just that our clansmen have suffered too many casualties. We can't attack anymore." Sensing nodded slightly. He looked at the mercenary camp not far away and thought of the casualties these mercenaries had caused to his warriors. A wave of hatred surged in his heart. Let the pretty people go. After the Hope Army retreated, the warriors of Vigo City did not have the impulsive urge of revenge like the people of Picassus, so their pursuit speed was not fast. They arrived at the same time as Sensing. They naturally saw the miserable state of the Picassus warriors, but they had to lower their heads. As the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum accepted Sensing's order. He only made a request, to borrow the round shields of the Picassus warriors. Sensing agreed. Chapter 89. The enemy's flying stones were all blocked by the round shields and did not cause much damage to them. The warriors were still thankful that they had found the right method. After advancing another 10 meters, they were less than 50 meters away from the camp gate. At that moment, the 4 sentry towers behind the west wooden wall of the mercenaries began to shoot arrows at them. It was not easy to block the arrows coming from different angles, and moving the round shields to block the arrows from the 2 sides would result in their heads getting hit by flying stones. However, they were all gathered in the middle, and the mercenaries' archers and stone throwers could concentrate their firepower. The arrows and flying stones came from all directions like hailstones, killing dozens of people in an instant. The front line of the Zegs was almost empty, and the rest of them were so frightened that they forgot the lesson of Pixius and fled in all directions. As a result, the mercenaries' traps made new contributions, and the Zegs suffered hundreds of casualties in a short period of time. No matter how much Sensing urged them, Sidorum would not attack no matter what. The mercenaries were overjoyed to see the enemy fleeing in panic. However, they were dissatisfied when the enemy stopped attacking. After all, they mainly relied on the light infantry company and the traps to repel the enemy's attack. They did not even touch a single hair of the enemy, so they began to curse loudly in dissatisfaction. Seeing this situation, the Devers nodded to themselves. The morale of the army could be used. He did not expect the enemy's relentless and aggressive attack to stop so quickly without even breaking through the trench in front of the camp. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. After the previous battle, the Lacanians had used up a lot of their stamina and energy. It was probably under the stimulation of victory and revenge that they continued to maintain a strong desire to attack. In fact, these mountain tribes were not good at attacking cities. After suffering a setback in front of the Devers' mercenary strong defense, they naturally calmed down. The Devers analyzed the situation of the battle to gain experience for future defensive battles. At the same time, he sent assists through the tunnel to Dracos' camp to check on the situation. The news was also gratifying. Influenced by the expeditionary soldiers' enthusiasm for building the camp, Dracos, Adrianx, and Cesta led the soldiers to dig a deeper trench outside the camp and strengthen the walls. Although they did not set up complicated traps, which required a certain level of technical ability and experience, it was enough to make the pursuing enemy suffer. After all, the Tarantum reinforcements had retreated into their camp, which helped the defeated mercenaries recover their morale quickly. The warriors of Nudum and Laos attacked for a while. After suffering some casualties, they discovered that the mercenaries' defenses were tight and that they could not break through in one fell swoop. Naturally, they gave up the attack. They were obviously smarter than Picosis, who was bent on revenge. After their safety was ensured, the Devers' attention was no longer on the battlefield that was gradually calming down. He needed to calm down and think. What should the mercenaries do next? With the defeat of the battle, it would be quite difficult for the Lacarians to take down the city of Turii. The Devers had inspected it many times. A 6-meter-wide moat and a 10-meter-high wall were difficult for the Lacanians, who lacked siege equipment and experience. Moreover, they did not have boats and could not travel freely on the Krati River. The Lacanians would not mobilize so many people just to win a battle. Their goal should be to occupy the Zabari plain, build a camp on this flat and fertile land, graze cattle and sheep, and plant wheat. The Turii had suffered huge losses in the two battles and were obviously unable to fight back against the Lacanians' invasion for the time being. However, they still had the plains on the south bank of the Krati River. They could temporarily endure, accumulate strength, and recruit soldiers to fight back. However, the situation was not good for the Devers mercenaries on the north bank of the Krati River. Not only did the defeat of the battle affect his next plan, but the mercenaries would also become the main target of the Lacanians. At the same time, the Devers did not want to become a pawn of the Turii, helping them to contain the Lacanians' attack on the north bank. However, he could not accept leading his army away from here, away from Greece. His newly sprouted hope, his dreams, and his ambitions were all here. Divers could not bear to leave without accomplishing anything, so he had to go back to fighting for his survival. What should I do? What should I do? The Lacanian leader, Vespa, who occupied the city of Amendalara, was also distressed. He did not respond to the Gramintum's order to send troops to participate in the battle. He wanted to wait for the results of the battle before deciding whether to stay or leave. Therefore, when he learned that the Lacanian tribal coalition had more than 15,000 troops and easily defeated the Turii, he panicked and hurriedly summoned a few elders to discuss countermeasures. He also asked the priest to predict the outcome of the battle. The result of the divination was, it was a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. This made Vespa, who had come up with a preliminary plan after heated discussion, feel a little more at ease. He sent messengers and a small group of warriors to drive a pack loaded with wine and food to the Zabari plain, hoping to get a glimmer of understanding from the Gramintum's leader by rewarding the Lacanian tribal coalition in a friendly way. This would lay some foundation for the subsequent apology. If the messengers found out that the situation was not good, then they could only escape back to the mountains in the night. Sensing was still unwilling to give up after the defeat. He sent people to the east, south, and north of the mercenary camp to investigate. The results were disheartening. Not only were there traps, trenches, sentry towers, and antlers, but there's also a tunnel connecting the north to the camp next to it, so they could get support at any time. Only then did he give up and withdraw his people, waiting for the arrival of Akapiru. After waiting for a long time, Akapiru finally arrived with his army. After all, 6,000 troops were sent out to chase after the tourists, and it was not easy to gather these warriors who were excited from killing again. The Gramintum warriors killed all the scattered soldiers outside the city of Turis. Some of them even crossed the moat and came to the city of Turis, only to be attacked by the angry Turis on the city wall with arrows, javelins, and stones. Only then did they calm down a little. Seeing this, Akapiru also temporarily gave up on taking down the city of Turis in one fell swoop. He could only regroup his troops and rush to meet with the other troops. But when he saw that most of the Picassus warriors were injured and dispirited, he could not help but be shocked and quickly asked for the reason. Sensing told him about how his people fought bravely, and how the mercenaries were very despicable and cunning, and so on. At the same time, he angrily accused the Zigs of being passive and not fighting, and even killing the Lacanians during the battle. The great leader of Zig City, Sidorum, did not expect Sensing to complain first. He immediately became anxious and shouted that he was wronged. He also angrily defended himself. Great leader Akapo, you have to know that it's not that I don't want to fight with all my strength, but it's that great leader Sensing is too confident. He thinks that the bravery of the Picassus warriors alone is enough to defeat the left wing of the Greeks. So he arranged the Zig warriors in the rear. On the contrary, when the front of the Picassus army was about to collapse, it was our Zig's warriors who attacked bravely and helped Picassus stabilize the battle, saving our right wing. So, our Zig's warriors have made a great contribution to the victory of this battle. As for killing and injuring the Picassus warriors, it's because the defeated soldiers of Picassus were attacking the formation of the right wing. In order to prevent defeat and at the same time force them to fight again, we had no choice but to make this choice. In fact, not many of the Picassus warriors were really injured. It was because of this urgent method that the right wing finally defeated the enemy. And when we attacked the Greek camp, our Zig warriors also lost hundreds of people. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. If it wasn't for the fact that you Britty people were unwilling to fight at the beginning, how could we have fought so hard? Just now, when we attacked the Greek camp, your Zigs were also the last to arrive. Sensing roared angrily, Ninath, tell everyone how many of our warriors have been killed and injured by the Zigs. Ninath hesitated for a moment. Under his father's intense gaze, he said hesitantly, about 150 people, all of them were stabbed by spears in the back. Chapter 90. Both Sensing and Sidorum cast their hopeful eyes on Akapiru. Akapiru watched all this, and he knew very well that the Whigs did not fight with all their strength. After all, they were the Britty, not the Lucaria. Of course, what Sidorum said might be the truth. They had saved the right wing and contributed to the victory of the battle. He knew Sensing very well. It was his style to bully the weak and fear the strong. It was not surprising that he had such a performance. It was his duty as the leader of the alliance to reward merit and punish mistakes, but he could not really follow the alliance agreement. Picassus was the most important ally of the Gramentum. It was because of his support that the Gramentum was strong today. Moreover, Picassus was also a powerful tribal alliance in Lucania municipality. Criticizing or even punishing the great leader of Picassus in front of the Britty would definitely cause dissatisfaction in Picassus, and thus cause the Lucania tribal alliance to be divided. The area where the Britty lived bordered the southern part of Lucania. The tribes there were independent and not unified, so they were relatively weak. They were the next target of the Gramentum's conquest after defeating the Turii and occupying the Sabari plain. Whig was the closest Britty city to the Lucaria territory. Its voluntary surrender, under the coercion of the Lucania tribal alliance, gave the Gramentum a springboard to enter the Britty territory. Therefore, they cannot be too harsh on it, but they could not let it be confused because the Lucanians were the masters, and the Britty were destined to be enslaved. After making up his mind, he slowly said, "It is the result of everyone's joint efforts that we can win this battle. When we occupy this place, I will give each of you rich spoils of war according to your contributions." But his sharp eyes made Sidorum's heart tremble. As an ally, killing a comrade who fought side by side with you is an ugly act of breaking a promise. Even the gods will punish you. Therefore, Vigor City had to pay a fine that would satisfy Picassus to compensate for their losses. At the same time, offer the lives of the same number of Vigo warriors as a sacrifice. What? When the Vigo warriors heard this, they all exploded and shouted angrily. The Gramentum and Picassus warriors immediately surrounded them. Sidorum, do you agree or disagree with my decision? Akapiru stared coldly at the leader of Vigor City. Sidorum lowered his head and clenched his fists. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He remained silent. Great leader, you can't agree to it. The Lucanians have humiliated us like this, and we will not stand for it. Let's go back. Saru shouted angrily. Yes, let's go back. Leader, let's go back. The Wigger warriors were furious. Go back. Sensing sneered and said to Akapirus, "You see, the Britty people are really unreliable. They want to quit the alliance they swore to the gods so quickly. If that's the case, why don't?" Hearing this, Sidorum was shocked. He raised his head abruptly and saw the ferocious sneer on Sensing's face and the cold expression of Akapirus. He looked around. The Lucanians raised their shields and spears and surrounded his people. Although the Vigo warriors struggled with all their might, they were too few in number. They only wore leather armor and did not have bronze shields. They only had one spear. Their equipment was too simple. Sidorum's nails dug deep into his palms. He squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. I agree. Great leader." The sorrowful cries of the Vigo warriors were like a big hammer, hammering on Sidorum's already extremely fragile heart. He staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. "Eudra will be in charge of supervising the execution of the punishment," Akapirus said. He was worried that sensing would agitate the broody people again and cause a riot, so he chose to be neutral. Okay, Udril, the great leader of Nudum, replied. When we occupy this place, I will allocate a piece of land in the Sabari plain for Sidorum and your people to graze cattle and sheep according to the contributions of Vigo City. It is much more fertile than the land of the broody. After Acapyrus gave the punishment, he gave Vigo City a sweet reward. Thank you, great leader. Sidorum endured the pain and thanked him. Acapyrus did not wait for Sensing to speak and asked kindly, Ninath, my dear child, how are your injuries? Ninath endured the pain and straightened his chest. Great leader, I'm fine. They're just flesh wounds. That's good. You have to protect yourself. I don't want my dear daughter to become a widow at such a young age. I'm still waiting to hold my grandson. Acapyrus laughed loudly, and the warriors around him also laughed along, making Ninath a little embarrassed and shy. Sensing breathed a sigh of relief. Since Acapyrus still valued Ninath, his promise to Picasus would not change because of this setback. What Lucania's #1 warrior? To be so embarrassed by the Greeks who outnumber you so much. What a disgrace to the Lucanians. There was sarcasm in the warrior's laughter. Ninath looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be Sevilla, the leader of a tribe in Grimentum. He had once proposed to Acapyrus' daughter, but the great leader married his daughter to Ninath for the sake of the tribe's interests. Since then, Sevilla had not been nice to him. Not to be outdone, Ninath said, If you have the ability, then go ahead and attack. I don't believe you can take down this camp. Well, I'll show you the power of us Grimentum warriors. Sevilla was provoked and did not decline. He turned around and shouted, Brothers, enough, Sevilla. Acapyrus' deep and majestic voice immediately stopped the young leader's impulse. Let's go back to camp. As soon as his voice fell, Sensing shouted first, Go back now. Aren't we going to continue to attack this camp? Acapyrus looked up at the sky and said, It's almost dusk, and the warriors are very tired. We have killed the last Turii militia, and they are powerless to stop us Lucanians from taking root in this land. When we go back, we will take care of the wounded, recover our strength, and prepare the tools. Tomorrow, we will build a city here, a city of Lucania. Acapyrus' voice became a little excited. These mercenaries are not worth worrying about at all. As long as they dare to come out, we will defeat them. If they don't come out, we can lock them up so that they can't get the support of the Turii, and they will naturally be finished. As for the reinforcements from Tarentum, I heard that the relationship between Tarentum and the Masapi is tense, and they will not stay here for long. The people around were thoughtful. Udril asked, Acapyrus, are we not going to Amendola? We will go tomorrow. Acapyrus glanced at Sensing. Although on the surface he did not take the mercenaries seriously, in fact, the combat power of this team surprised him a little. The tribe that had captured Amendola did not join the Lucanian tribal coalition as per his orders. If he led the army at this moment, Amendola was likely to refuse to open the gate. Although his forces were more than 10 times that of the other party, siege was not the Lucanians' forte. Moreover, it was a mountain city. If they could not capture it quickly, at night, the warriors would be extremely tired and had no food. Behind them, there was the threat of mercenaries and Tarentum reinforcements, and there was a group of unstable Zwegs in the team. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen. There was no need for the Lucania tribe's allied forces to take this risk when they were confident of winning. If the leader of that small tribe in Amendola is smart, they should escape to the mountains tonight, like last time. Otherwise, I'll let them know who's in charge of the Lucania region tomorrow. Acapyrus sneered with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Chapter 91. The Lucarians had retreated. Amid the cheers of the soldiers, Felicius came to the main tent of the military camp to meet the Devers. However, he saw that the Devers were engrossed in drawing something on the ground with a wooden stick. Sometimes they raised their heads in contemplation, and sometimes they paced back and forth anxiously. They were completely unaware of the movements outside. Felicius called out a few times, but seeing no response, he simply stood at the side and watched quietly. He craned his head to see what the Devers were drawing. The pattern on the ground was crude and messy. He could barely make out that it was a topographic map of the surroundings of Turii. The Krati River and its tributary, the Kosini River. The square at the confluence of the two rivers should represent the city of Turii. What did this thin line refer to? It was connected to the Kosini River. Could it be the Tino River? And what did these dots and circles beside the Tino River represent? Just as he was deep in thought, he heard the Devers shout in a strange language. He quickly raised his head and saw that the Devers were extremely agitated, their faces flushed. Could it be that he was talking to Pluto just now? Felicius recalled some rumors, and his heart skipped a beat. Felicius, you've come the right time. Immediately inform all the captains and squad leaders to come to my tent for a meeting, the Devers suddenly said. Their unquestionable and unyielding tone shocked Felicius. After Felicius left, the Devers took another deep look at the pattern on the ground. Once again, he used a firm tone to repeat what he had just said, success or failure. It all depends on this battle. I'm betting. He stretched out his leg and forcefully wiped the pattern off the ground. Resolutely, he sat on the wooden chair in the middle of the tent. While waiting for his nervous and agitated emotions to calm down, he was also waiting for the arrival of his subordinates. When this camp was being built, the Devers had taken into account the needs of the battle and expanded the tent. Even so, with dozens of team officers standing in the tent, the space was still very tight. But no one cared about this. If the battle failed, where would the mercenaries go? Previously, because they had to fight, they did not have the time to think about it. Now, every team officer was feeling uneasy, so they all looked at Devers, hoping that this leader, who had led them out of trouble time and time again and constantly created miracles, could point them in the right direction. Brothers, the Devers spoke. We have lost. The Licarians may have retreated, but they would come again tomorrow. The Licarians had long wanted to occupy the fertile Zabari plain. For this reason, they launched 2 major battles against the tourists and paid a huge price to defeat the tourists. Finally, they managed to inflict heavy losses on the tourists and force them to hole up in their cities. They would never give up on the Zabari plain. So what should we do? Devers looked around at the crowd with a solemn expression, but he didn't want them to argue about anything at this time. Because time was tight, he continued, although I haven't said it publicly, I'm afraid you all already know, because you all have been working hard for it. That's right, Amendola is my target. This is the place I have chosen for our mercenaries in Greece. This is our future home. Most of the team officers look calm, and only a few of them look surprised. However, if the Lacanians occupy the Zabari plain, even if we take Amendola, we will become their main target. Because we have too few people, and we are the weakest, and we have a grudge against them. Even if we defeat them again like today, as long as they are here, they will always be a huge threat to us. What should we do? The Devers asked for the second time. Of course, we have to defeat them. Someone shouted in the silence. It was Matones' voice. That's right. The Lacanians are actually not as strong as the tourists say. As long as we can disperse them, we can defeat them. Amintas also said loudly. Even when facing an enemy 10 times their size, these 2 brave officers could still fearlessly charge forward. However, Capys, Alexis, Felicius, and the others obviously did not agree with them and were about to refute. The Devers laughed and said, we have to attack the Lacanians, but not to attack them when they are dispersed, but to annihilate them in one fell swoop. That's the only way we can settle down in Amendola with peace of mind. That's the only way we can deter Tali and the other forces from obstructing us. That's the only way we can freely sow wheat and graze cattle and sheep. Annihilate the Lucanians. Everyone was stunned. Chief, we only have 2,000 people. Even if we surround them, we can't do it. How are we going to annihilate the Lacanians who have 10,000 people? Felicius's words echoed the doubts of all the officers. It's not just us. There are reinforcements from Tarantum and Dracos' mercenaries. Even if we include them, we only have 6,000 people. The Lacanians have 15 to 16,000 people, more than twice our number. Capys shook his head and said, "Are the reinforcements from Tarentum and those mercenaries willing to attack the Lacanians?" Antonios asked a key question. "They don't know yet, but I'm confident that we can convince them soon." The Devers looked at everyone confidently. Seeing that they were still full of doubts, he said loudly, "Brothers, do you remember what I said before? The victory of a war is not decided by numbers. It depends on the quality of the soldiers, the level of morale, and the quality of their weapons. The most important thing is to come up with a feasible and meticulous plan. Let us lead the enemy by the nose, suppress the enemy's strengths, and play to our strengths. Only then can we achieve the final victory." Everyone was deep in thought. Amyntas urged impatiently, "Chief Devers, quickly tell us your plan." "Assists, go get the tourist map," the Devers shouted. The assists immediately brought over the map that had been carefully drawn on parchment after repeated surveys a few days ago. The Devers spread the map on the wooden table, and everyone immediately gathered around. "Everyone, please take a look. This is the Lacanians' camp, and this is the Tino River." The Devers pointed at the points and lines on the map and slowly explained the attack plan that they had been brewing in detail. Everyone listened carefully and pondered at the same time. When the Devers finished, there was silence in the tent. Then they began to whisper in twos and threes. The Devers waited quietly for a while and said, "Brothers, is this plan feasible?" "Chief," Alexis praised sincerely, "I've never seen such a wonderful idea. It's a genius plan." Alexis is right. If we execute this plan, not only will the enemy's advantage in numbers be suppressed, but it will also make it easier for us to use the power of our attacks. "Chief," as expected of our chief, the great commander, the blessed of Hades. For a moment, there was a tide of flattery. The Devers said solemnly, "Now is not the time to say nice things. This is a crucial moment that concerns our survival. Tell us what you think. We need to gather everyone's wisdom to overcome the difficulties and obtain victory." Everyone looked at each other. Alexis coughed a few times, and her expression became serious. She was the first to speak. "Chief, according to your plan, the first thing we need to solve is the problem of how to lure the enemy." After an intense discussion, the battle plan was finally roughly established, and the atmosphere in the tent became lively. The Devers said loudly, "Brothers, the battle is about to begin. Go back and tell the soldiers, tell them the truth that we have been hiding. This battle isn't for Talii, nor is it for us, the team's officers. It's for themselves, for the land that all of us have been dreaming of. Hades will protect us." Chapter 92. When Urchita walked into the expeditionary army camp, cheers came from every tent he passed. The air was filled with excitement and happiness. Even he, who had a heavy heart, was infected. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This mercenary army is indeed a battle-hardened powerhouse that gave Persia headaches. During the day, he had seen with his own eyes how these mercenaries had used novel tactics and fierce attacks against the Lacanians. It was even more commendable that they could still maintain such high morale after the defeat of the battle. Urchita's desire to see the Devers immediately became stronger. As soon as he arrived outside the tent, the young man whom he had a good impression of came out to greet him. The first thing he said was, "General Urchita, we are preparing to attack the Lacanian tribal coalition tomorrow. We hope to receive help from the Tarentum reinforcements." Aketa couldn't believe his ears. "You mean you want to attack the Lucania tribal coalition?" "Yes. It's the 15,000 Lacanian tribal coalition in the west, and not the Lacanians in Amendalara." Urchita asked again with uncertainty. "Yes, it's the Lacanian tribal coalition in the west." The Devers nodded heavily. After Urchita got the affirmative answer, he stared at the Devers for a while and barely suppressed his excitement. He said, "What are you going to do? Come, let's talk inside the tent." The Devers hurriedly led Urchita into the tent. They came to the map laid out and explained their plan in detail. Urchita held his chin with his hand and pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "I have to say that this is a very bold plan. It almost uses the military force to the extreme, and it also has a certain degree of feasibility. It's very tempting to me. Then, will the Tarantum reinforcements join? The Devers asked. Urchita was silent, and the Devers were not in a hurry. After a long silence, Urchita saw that the Devers were still calm and could not help but say, "It seems that you are certain that I will agree. I heard that Heraclea is an ally of Tarantum. If we win tomorrow, Tarantum will no longer have to worry about the problem in the west and can focus on dealing with the Masapi," the Devers said slowly. Actually, his words were quite polite. Heraclea was not just an ally of Tarantum. It was actually a subsidiary controlled by Tarantum. 20 years ago, the person in power was not even an immigrant of Tarantum, but someone directly appointed by Tarantum. Although it was not almost a subsidiary state of Tarantum like it was in the past, Tarantum still had a strong influence on Heraclea. It regarded Heraclea as its western barrier. If the Lacanians occupied the Sabari Plain and Amendalara, which was next to Heraclea, the threat to Heraclea would be too great. It might even threaten Metapontum, which was further north. This was also an important reason why Tarantum had sent reinforcements. Asita finally nodded. The people of Tarantum are happy to fight alongside the Greek warriors in the expedition to Persia. That's great. It's because of the Tarantum reinforcements led by you, Asita, that I dare to propose this plan, because your combat power is also very strong. The Devers said sincerely. After the two discussed the details, Asita suddenly said, "Devers, I have a suggestion that I hope you will consider." "Please say it." The Devers saw his serious expression and was taken aback. "Regardless of victory or defeat in the next battle, I sincerely invite you to become a citizen of Tarantum. I will also fully recommend you to the Senate in the hope that you will take up an important administrative position." Asita solemnly made a promise. The Devers did not expect Asita to make such a request, which caught him off guard. Well, I heard that it's very difficult for a foreigner to become a citizen of a large city-state. Yes, Asita nodded frankly, but then he changed the topic. However, people with extraordinary talents like you will be warmly invited in any city-state in Greece. After all, this is not Athens, it's a colonial city. The key is that they must have the foresight to discover talents. Asita proudly pointed to his eyes. "Just me, excluding my brothers?" The Devers thought of a reason to refuse. With so many people joining Tarantum, it's not something that the Archons or the Senate can decide. It needs to be decided by collective voting in a citizens' assembly, which is very difficult. Asita said awkwardly, "Thank you for your invitation. After tomorrow's battle, I will seriously consider this issue." The Devers pretended to be serious. Regarding the Devers' invitation, Adrianx, Sesta, and even Dracos came. The Devers told them his plan, and the three were shocked. In today's battle, they did not suffer as light losses as the Tarantum reinforcements and the Devers mercenaries. The number of casualties was more than 400, especially Draco's mercenaries. For them who only had 2,000 people, it could be said to be a heavy blow. If they agreed to the Devers' request, the casualties would probably be even higher, so Adrianx and Sesta were a little hesitant. "Leader Devers, I'm willing to participate in tomorrow's battle." Dracos, who had been depressed, suddenly said, surprising the other two, "The Lacanians are nothing to be afraid of. It's just that the Talii have dragged me down today. I believe that if I fight with you tomorrow, I'll definitely make them taste defeat." Dracos said unwillingly. The Devers did not expect Dracos, whom they had fought before, to be the first to agree. It made them look at the big leader's desire to fight and tenacity in a new light. Seeing that the other two were still hesitating, he immediately said, "The attack on the Lacanians is not for the pitiful Turispe. After we defeat them, we will take back Amendalar and become the master of that place." The words of the Devers shocked the three again. "Are you sure you can take down Amendalar?" Sesta asked in surprise. "We have attacked many cities in Persia. A small mountain city is really not a problem," the Devers said confidently. "When the time comes, we will invite you to become citizens of Amendalar, obtain the land there, and put down a foundation in the rich Greece. Of course, if you only want to return to the war-torn and barren Ionia, Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Are you serious? You will really let us get the land? Adrianx stammered. Of course, this is a decision that all of us have made together, the Devers said with a straight face. But, Adrianx slightly calmed down and asked, will Turris and Tarantum object? Turris is heavily injured. They don't have the ability to object, even if they want to. The Devers smiled contemptuously. As for Tarantum, maybe they will be happy that we are doing this because we have the ability to defend a Mindler and protect the western border of Tarantum from the invasion of the mountain tribes. The three of them looked at each other and said in unison, we are willing to join you. That's great, the Devers said happily. Now we are a family. Let us fight for our own future together. After the four of them finished discussing the details of the plan, the Devers reminded them to keep it a secret and not let the people of Tarantum know about it for the time being. After sending the three of them off, the Devers prepared to let the freedmen who were returning to Turris go back and asked Buckos to quickly come to the camp. There was an urgent matter to discuss. Unexpectedly, a guard came in and reported, Buckos is already outside the camp, requesting to see you. The Devers were surprised and immediately thought of the urgent need that the Turris' city hall and parliament had for them. As expected, the moment Buckos entered the tent, he asked impatiently, Chief Devers, are you still going to continue with the original agreement? Chapter 93. How can we do that? That's fine. You've sworn to the gods. Buckos pleaded anxiously. Chief Devers, please. Let your soldiers stay and help Turin. Pay. I'll double your pay. You lack weapons. Turin has a lot of them. I'll bring them to you right now. You've seen the battle today. Turin lost more than 2,000 men. We really don't have anyone left. Buckos cried and almost knelt down. However, the Devers' expression turned cold. Buckos hurriedly said, Let me think again. Let me think again. Oh, although there are no people in Talii, there are enough slaves to mine copper and stone. They are all young and strong men, and they are relatively strong. You can have as much as you want. The Devers rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying reluctantly, All right, but I don't have food to feed these slaves. Turin has enough food. I'll give you as much as you want. As long as the Devers agreed to stay, Buckos would try his best to fulfill any request. That night, all of Turin was busy. In order to survive, the people endured their grief and drove hundreds of cargo ships filled with weapons, food, slaves, and tents, because the reinforcements from Tarantum refused to enter the city and were willing to stay in a mercenary camp. They had to prepare tents for them. To the simple dock at the mouth of the river, the Devers ordered Merces to lead his men in the supply camp to receive the goods and let the soldiers rest early to recover their energy. At dawn, the mercenaries in front of the Devers camp were already in formation. The Devers patrolled in front of them, and their high spirits made the Devers nod continuously. Matones, are you ready? The Devers could not help but ask as they looked at their old comrade who was eager to fight. I can't wait. Matones shouted. Later, there will be enemies for you to fight. On average, each of us has to kill 3 people from the other side to ensure victory. Are you confident? The Devers asked with a smile. Yes. The shouts of the soldiers around him were mixed with Matones' unwillingness. 3 of you aren't enough for me to kill. Devers laughed and jumped onto the war horse pulled by assists. He came to the front of the army and faced countless excited and hopeful eyes. He shouted, Brothers, I see hope in your eyes. After today's battle, I hope you can turn this hope into reality. Hades will protect you. Victory! 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 Amidst the endless cheers, the Devers solemnly said to Felicius, I await your good news. Don't worry, leader. With Hades' protection, we will succeed. Felicius said excitedly. Devers took a deep breath as he watched the mercenaries disappear into the morning mist. He knew that the war horse that would decide his fate was about to begin. Yashi, return to the camp. Begin our preparations. He shouted in a loud, forceful, and excited voice. Yes. The assist reply was equally powerful. Hey, did you hear that? I think there's an army marching. A sentry on the Turii wall reminded his comrade. Could it be that the Lacanians are here to attack us? The other sentinel exclaimed in panic when he heard the commotion. "Quick, sound the alarm and inform the citizens." The sentry ran to the tower. However, when the Turiis militia reached the wall, it was dead silent outside. Faced with the fog, the cavalrymen refused to go out to investigate, so they could only wait for the fog to disperse. In the morning, the sun had risen to the sky, and the fog had dissipated. The sound of the horn echoed throughout the Lacanians' camp, and the soldiers began to prepare to march to the Zabari plain. At that moment, a sentry rushed into the camp. "Enemies are coming! Enemies are coming! Enemies dare to attack our camp!" The Lacanian soldiers looked curiously out of the camp. 200 heavily armed Greek heavy infantry appeared outside the camp. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, they calmly stopped 100 meters away from the camp and began to throw some round objects into the camp. When the objects fell to the ground, the soldiers realized that they were the heads of the Lucanian soldiers who had died in the mercenary camp. Due to fear of increasing casualties, the Lucanian soldiers did not dare to take away the bodies of their comrades from the trap outside the Devers camp yesterday. Their ears were cut and their eyes gouged out. They died a miserable death. When the soldiers' anger was ignited, the Greek soldiers outside the camp lifted their battle skirts and cursed while peeing. The Lucanian soldiers were furious. They broke through their leader's obstruction, and thousands of them rushed out of the camp and pounced on the Greek soldiers fiercely. The Greek soldiers immediately turned around and fled. After the Lucanian soldiers circled around the ridge, they were shocked to find nearly 2,000 Greek soldiers waiting in formation in front of them. It was too late to dodge. A round of javelins immediately caused the Lucanian soldiers to fall, and then a powerful charge completely extinguished the fighting spirit of the soldiers. Then, the Greek soldiers began to chase them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Greek soldiers quickly knocked down the fleeing Lucanian soldiers one by one, and then stabbed the fallen soldiers a few more times to ensure their death. This cruel way of killing and the screams of their people made the Lucanian soldiers and leaders who witnessed all this in the camp unable to hold back their anger. However, they were intimidated by the number and ferocity of the other party, so they began to look for the great leader of the Gramentum to fight. Before Akaparu could reply, Ninath shouted, "I know them. They're the damned mercenaries who fought with us yesterday." Akaparu's eyes widened. "Child, are you sure? I won't make a mistake even if you beat me to death." Ninath looked like he had suffered a great deal. "Great leader, let me lead 3,000 soldiers to repel them and avenge the warriors of Picasis." Seville stepped forward and asked for battle. Ninath glared at him and also stepped forward to ask for battle. Akaparu said loudly, "These Greek mercenaries dare to leave the camp and harass us. That's just right. Let's destroy them all here again so that we don't have to attack their camp again." The more Akaparu spoke, the more excited he became. "Immediately blow the horn to attack, and all troops line up outside the camp. After defeating them, take advantage of the situation and march into the Zabari plain." The leaders were equally excited and agreed in unison. Only the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum, remained silent. Akapiru glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Sidorum, do you have any doubts about my decision?" Sidorum smiled bitterly. "Great leader, I absolutely obey orders. It's just that, after last night, the soldiers of Vigo City were unwilling, refused to go to the battlefield again. There's such a thing." Akapiru's eyes widened. "The soldiers said, if you go to the battlefield and get killed by the enemy, when you come back, you'll be killed by your own people. Since you're going to be killed anyway, it's better to lie in the camp and let your own people kill you. At least it won't be so tiring." No matter how I tried to persuade them, they didn't listen. Sidorum lowered his head, but he spoke very fluently. "Akapu, the people of Vigo are not listening to orders. They must be up to no good. We must capture them immediately." Sensing jumped out and shouted, pointing at Sidorum. Sidorum's expression changed slightly. Akapiru interrupted Sensing. "Well, since the warriors of Vigo are unwilling to fight, then stay and guard the camp." Sidorum breathed a sigh of relief. Before Sensing could say anything, Akaparu waved his hand and said impatiently, "The warriors of Picassus also suffered heavy casualties yesterday, so they will also stay and guard the camp with the warriors of Vigo City. After we defeat the Greeks, you will then transport cattle, sheep, tents, equipment, and all camp supplies to the Zabari plain." Sensing stopped making a fuss. He gladly accepted the order and even stopped his son Ninatha's opposition. But this did not reduce Akapiru's resentment towards him. Originally, after returning to the camp yesterday, Akapiru intended to let Sidorum kill a few dozen seriously injured Vigo people. But Sensing insisted on killing 150 Vigo warriors as a sacrifice. This obviously made the people of Vigo unhappy. Looking at the expressionless Sidorum, Akapiru knew that he should seriously consider the problem of Vigo City next. But now the Zabari plain was his primary goal, so he could only let Picassus monitor these foreigners for the time being.